There were records galore in the Lahore Mist last night as South Africa levelled their T20 series with Pakistan. First man to write his name into the books was Mohammad Rizwan, as he became the only Pakistan's wicketkeeper batsman to score 3 consecutive 50s in T20 internationals.
That brings up his 50th.
But that achievement was soon eclipsed by Proteas all-rounder Dwayne Pretorius. His 5 for 17 was not only the finest ever performance by a South African bowler, but also the best ever bowling figures to be recorded against Pakistan.
Beautiful bowling, the Yorker, 5 wickets.
The 145-run target seemed under par, but Shaheen Shah Afridi's first ever wicket made in a T20 international gave the hosts hope. However, that was extinguished by the big bats of Pite van Billion and Reza Hendricks, who went on the attack against their Game 1 tormentor-in-chief, Usman Qadir. And although both perished, the captain Henrik Klaassen and David Miller had more than enough to see the visitors home with 6 wickets and over 3 overs to spare to set up an enthralling winner-take-all clash tonight.
Well, what a stunning evening we have here at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore, and a great contest awaits us as we look over it at Nishtar Sports Complex. We're here for the third and the final T20 between Pakistan versus South Africa. Looking forward to it. Well, South Africa have made a comeback, a rather strong comeback in the series. Dwayne Pretorius, I mean, he was magnificent yesterday. From a Pakistan point of view, that firepower was sort of lacking, but they have a chance. Remember, this is the series decider. Should be an interesting one. So let's see how today goes. And alongside with me, I've got Bazat Khan and Daryl Cullinan. Baz, lots to look forward to overall. The series is 1-1 and you know, you're always looking at a result where you just don't know who's going to come out the winner. And that's what we've seen in this series so far, that Pakistan won the first one, South Africa's won the next one. And today, all eyes on this one.
Yeah, lots happening today. Lots really happening. Valentine's Day, apparently, also a series decider and also a birthday. Happy birthday then. You had a birthday wish?
Absolutely. Happy birthday, Z. Many, many more.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I'd like to take the focus away from myself and get back to the game, to the actual game. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, obviously the decider here now, all eyes will be yet again, we've talked about this every single day on the toss. South Africa in the previous game had better plans while they were bowling. They bowled much fuller, they bowled straighter, and they got their variations in, and they didn't bowl short at all, so they came better prepared in that game, also attacked the leg spinner. Now it's Pakistan's turn to come back with another plan. Of the first plan worked, and now they have to fall back on plan B. I'll be interested of what side they play as well.
DC, South Africa just need to continue what they're doing from what we saw yesterday. A lot of their plans were executed well.
It was a very clinical performance by South Africa, more complete than Pakistan's performance. But it's a new day, it's T20 cricket, it's an unpredictable format, but you've got to think that they've got the format and a lot of confidence going into this game.
Well, the only positive, so to speak, from yesterday for Pakistan was Mohammad Rizwan. I mean, the way he's been playing in the last 1 year or so, across all formats, it really tells you about where he is at this point of time with his cricket.
Yeah, I think South Africa are tired of him. We're also quite tired of singing his praises, but he's batted so well. Not just this series, but 6 months or a year or so, he's batted really well, and he looks to have everything in 6. Once he's hitting down the ground, which is not his strength, by the way, once he's hitting so well down the ground, you know that he is in top form, and he's the Lone Ranger in the 2 games. He did it all himself in the first game, did it almost all himself in the second game. His 51 or 41 was, again, the standout innings. Pakistan need more from that middle order and need more people to contribute to get them over the line.
Definitely, and one thing that did help South Africa's case was the way Dwayne Pretorius bowled,
Yes.
DC. When you look at, I mean, what was most impressive for you personally about his bowling?
Yeah. Well, I think South Africa came into the game looking to take the pace off the ball. Remember, they gave him the new ball, and it was a brilliant exhibition in terms of bowling line and length. But where he's always been good, he's taken the pace off the ball. So he didn't allow Pakistan to really hit through the ball and take him on. But it, being the best figures by a South African, it needed somebody to really set the tone, and which he did brilliantly.
I mean, even his length, Baz, when you speak about how he bowled, that's also an important factor, where you're actually placing your ball. You look at the pitch map that we've got now. How do you evaluate his performance?
Yeah, look, there's absolutely nothing short. So his plan was to bowl as full as possible, and the slot balls, a lot of balls in the slot, but that was pace off deliveries. And at the back end, he also reverted to bowling outside off or away from even the right-handed bowled outside off, so away from the batsman, and that worked. So wide Yorkers, slow one, out of the range of the batsman to swing at. So that worked extremely well, and mixed with that, he bowled a brilliant Yorker.
I think Pakistan pacers could perhaps learn a few things from the way Dwayne Pretorius has been bowling, because that's one area where, we'll be talking about that as well, where they've sort of been lacking, or rather lackluster. We'll be taking a short breather and we'll be back just in a bit. Don't go anywhere, because we've got the pitch report and the toss on the other side. Well, we saw a bit of dew as well later on in the ground yesterday, but generally the conditions were rather on the slow side. Is it going to be a new pitch today? Is it going to be the same wicket? Let's find out. It's over to Mike Hazeman, the pitch doctor.
We've got another new pitch today for the all-important third and final game. Just to let you know the tracks we did have, the first one we used was this one right here. Then we moved to the far, and now we've come to this one. But let me tell you, that, and that all look exactly the same to me. They're dry, and that means they're going to turn. And I've got a couple of examples here of the spin. The guys have got some spin out of this. Aussie bowled one that turned quite a lot in the last game. And Magic Man Shamsi also bowled one as well. Going to show some fireworks as well. So you can see that the turn and the bounce that the guys did get. Shamsi, by the way, he wanted to become a professional musician before he decided to take up cricket. So he'll enjoy this, and he's bowled superbly so far. So it's a dry surface. It'll be slow, of course, but we've got to talk also about the outfield. Again, it's going to be the dew story. That's going to play a role in this game. I thought the South Africans looked after it yesterday very well, the wet ball that is. Pakistan did the night before. South Africa had the opportunity, of course, they won the toss both times. So they obviously a situation where yesterday they got bowl more cutters and more slower balls. So I think they used conditions better with bowling first with a drier ball. So basically the captain who wins the toss, no doubt is going to bowl first, so he gets the benefit of dry ball to use when you're bowling, and of course the ball is a bit wetter when they're batting later. But the track itself, it looks pretty good. There's not too many cracks. It's just normal for T20 cricket, and I think we're going to be up for a pretty good one today. And some of the bowlers are going to have to work pretty hard, I think. It should be fine.
Well, bowl first is what Mike Hazeman is saying. DC, I mean, is that the way to go with the conditions that we've seen so far?
I think so. Look, the side batting first has won 7 games, side batting second has won 6. So it's not to do with that. I'm sure it'll be the dew factor.
Of course, the dew always plays a massive role here, but we saw how comfortable it was for the South African batsmen yesterday as well, Baz. I mean, what's your take on this?
Well, my take is that pitch doctor doesn't talk about the dew. He should tell us exactly when the dew will form and how much dew there will be. We don't want to know if the ball's going to turn or not. We want to know if the ball's wet or not. Obviously, when it's wet, it's perfect for batting, and we saw that yesterday. I thought Pakistan bowled extremely well in the first game to actually take care of the ball and get the ball to spin. It's a very difficult art with a soap-like ball.
Daryl, do you think South Africa are going to make any changes in their side today?
I've been giving it a bit of thought, see, but now, their bowling is perhaps in terms of their quicker bowlers, but both sides have battled with that issue. They may look at a guy like Kele or Nandre Berger might be an option. But when a team has won convincingly, as they have, you know, it's a brave captain and coach is now suddenly going to tinker with the playing 11.
I mean, the middle order, we have to talk about that because there's a lot of responsibility on Rizwan, but that middle order needs to contribute as well from a Pakistan point of view.
Yeah, contribute, and the strike rates need to be higher as well. It is T20 cricket. We always talk about strike rate. It is very, very demanding in such, you can't take up balls at all. So you have to have those players who can come in and accelerate from the word go. So far, what we've seen in both the games, the middle order, A hasn't scored a lot of runs, but B hasn't scored them quick enough, whatever they have scored.
Expecting any... Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Z, but Baba Azam's got to get a few runs here. The captain's got to get his pad out the way and make a contribution. Perhaps tonight is his night, but for such a quality player, you'd expect him to at least fire in one of the matches.
Yeah, I think Babar Azam definitely needs to lift himself. Of course, he's recovering from an injury, as we know, so it's not a lot of times that you see that Babar Azam not scoring runs, so he's definitely due for some. And from Pakistan's point of view, that middle order, we keep talking about how they need to improve their strike rates as well in terms of the boundary hitting, the power hitting that we've seen. That's been one aspect that's been lacking. But let's find out what happens, because we are ready with the toss and it's over to Ramiz Raja. Remember, he's out there with the 2 captains, so let's see what happens.
All to play for. We've got the 2 captains here. We've got the match referee as well, Babar Azam and Hendricks Klaassen for South Africa and Pakistan, and Professor Malik is here as the match referee. Babar has the coin.
Tail is the call, and it is head.
It's come down as head.
Pakistan has won the toss.
बाबर साहब क्या करेंगे पहले तो ये बताएं।
बॉलिंग करेंगे रमेश भाई।
ऐसा ही लग रहा है, पैटर्न यही है क्योंकि बाद में ड्यू तंग करती है, मगर कितने प्रेशर है आज पाकिस्तान पर?
नहीं रमेश भाई, ऐसा कोई प्रेशर नहीं है। काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस हैं और बिल्कुल जो पिछले मैच में मिस्टेक की थी उस पर आज काम करके आए और कोशिश करेंगे वो ना की जाए और 100% दिया जाए।
स्कोर कम किया पिछले मैच में, प्रॉब्लम थी?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रमेश भाई, वो फेज़ हमारा जो था बैटिंग का मिडिल ऑर्डर में वो हमने क्लिक नहीं किया और मिस्टेक थी जहाँ पे हमें यूटिलाइज़ करना चाहिए थे और वो चीज़ हमने यूटिलाइज़ नहीं की, जिसकी वजह से हम 140-46 पे स्टैंड किया।
कोई चेंजेस किया आपने?
जी 3 चेंजेस हैं। खुशदिल, इफ्तिखार और हारिस आउट हैं, हसन अली इन और आसिफ अली आए हैं और जाहिद महमूद का डेब्यू।
इस पिच के हिसाब से आप समझते हैं कि एक और लेग स्पिनर आपको फ़ायदा दे सकता है?
जी बिल्कुल, क्योंकि देखें यहाँ पे वेदर की वजह से थोड़ा सा स्पिनर को हेल्प मिल रही है और उसी वजह से हमने एक और स्पिनर ऐड किया है और इंशाल्लाह होपफुली कि वो अच्छा परफॉर्म करे।
आपकी फॉर्म आएगी वापस आज?
इंशाल्लाह कोशिश यही है और कोशिश यही करेंगे कि जो फॉर्म है अनफॉर्म लगी है उसको वापस लेके।
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू।
Right then, first your read of the 22 yards. This is a new pitch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more wear and tear, especially that it's got a couple of feet on it over the last 2 games. But I don't think it will play a lot different than the previous 2 games.
But from South Africa, the template and the blueprint is very simple. More of the same. Hit Pakistan hard again.
Hopefully harder tonight. That's hopefully the thing we can do. But yeah, we just want to play with some good intensity tonight.
Any team changes?
We've got one. Steerman is missing out and Bjorn Fortuyn is coming back in.
All the best.
Thank you.
Right, so it's Pakistan who won the toss today and decided to bowl.
Not only have they decided to bowl first, but they've also decided to have a couple of changes. We were expecting that for the final T20. It is a chance for somebody like Zahid Mahmood, who's coming back, and then Hassan Ali in the shorter format to sort of step up and perform.
Yeah, Hassan Ali's been terrific in the shorter form. When he's in form, he actually guides Pakistan to victory more often than not. But have a word for Zahid Mahmood. It's what, 10, 12 years or the hard grind in first class cricket, and now he gets his cap. And importantly for him, he's a leg spinner. Importantly for him, Pakistan have won the toss, so there'll be less of that dew factor, there'll be less of that ball getting wet, but obviously nerves will be there. But it'll be really interesting now with South Africa having to deal with 2 leg spinners. And he has that variation off a googly. He does spin his leg spinner as well. So important for South Africa now to get a big score on the board, because right now advantage Pakistan.
No harm in playing 2 leg spinners, DC. I mean, what's your take on that?
Well, I guess it's kind of expected, isn't it? They threw spin at South Africa. I thought Kadir in the first game got his length right. He wasn't particularly good in the second. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's something that South Africa have anticipated, which means they're going to have to play well. They haven't batted first yet, and we know 150, above 150 is not often the case here. But it's going to take some smart batting, and if it is turning, it's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, Haris Rauf, he's not had a great series overall. Hassan Ali's been brought in place of him, but we were talking about him as well. But Asif Ali, I mean, we keep harping on about how Pakistan needs some power hitters, somebody who can hit big, and Asif Ali has that ability.
Yeah, and he has a big strike rate as well. He does get his runs very quickly. I think Pakistan just need to be slightly patient with him. These power hitters, you can sometimes just sort of not be patient enough and say he's throwing away his wicket too often, but I think he's the one for the future. I think he plays all around the wicket, and the sixes he hits, it's not just leg side, he can go offside as well, he can go straight as well, so he's got the shots.
Well, a couple of changes for South Africa. Bjorn Fortuyn comes back in, DC. I mean, of course. a chaseable total on this wicket?
I think 170 was almost chased down. I think any words sort of less than 175, 170 is chaseable. I think it becomes really good for batting, and it prefers, with the ball coming on to the bat, I think the Pakistani batsmen will also prefer that.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. And yeah, I think that's what we need from Pakistan. Baz is saying 170 minimum should be the target. We'll be taking a short breather. When we are back, we'll be discussing this in more detail, so don't go anywhere. Just a quick reminder, Pakistan winning the toss and bowling first. A couple of changes for them as well. Hassan Ali coming in, Zahid Mahmood, the debutant, and Asif Ali. And for South Africa, we've got Bjorn Fortuin back as well in the side. So should be a good one. Looking forward to it. Well, I've been joined by Mike Hazeman and Simon Dewell, who's looking rather dapper with that red rose on his jacket. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Looking forward to a good one, Hazy. Were you expecting that change, Fortuin coming back?
Yeah, look, obviously he's feeling okay now. That ankle is obviously better. I think it's a good change as well because he's someone who's used to opening the bowling, so he's done that a lot at domestic level and done it a bit for South Africa in the past. And he's a buzzy cricketer, and I think in finals you need those buzzy players, and Stearman didn't get it right, so a spin introduced is the right call as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and he bowled well in that one game that he played in.
And the run out, of course.
Of course, yeah, that certainly helps. Dooley, from a Pakistan perspective, we were expecting certain changes, but Zahid Mahmood, you know, the debutant, he gets a cap, and Hassan Ali, he comes back.
Yeah, it's an Ali-a-thon, isn't it, tonight? We've got Haider Ali, Asif Ali, Hassan Ali. We just need Muhammad Ali, don't we? we might be all right. We're in for a good fight tonight. But I think I like it. You know, we asked for changes last night. At the end of the game last night, I thought you're going into a must-win situation. They need to find out whether these guys can perform under pressure in a tough situation, and that's what they're going to find out tonight from Asif Ali again. I know he's had some opportunities before, but he's the sort of big boy power that I've been talking about that Pakistan need in that 4-5-6 region moving forward to this T20 World Cup later in the year. And Hassan Ali's just a match winner.
Yeah,
he's X-factor player. You know, he can bosh the ball over the fence late in the piece as well, and he'll take wickets, and he's 100% aggressive all the time. So looking forward to seeing that.
And he's going to lift other guys as well. That's the thing about him.
That's the sort of guys you want in your team.
We saw it in the Test match. I mean, he was terrific, and he lifted other guys around him.
I mean, he's got a chirpy character when you look at Hassan Ali. But speaking from Pakistan point of view, Usman Qadir, I mean, he was taken on, completely dominated by the South African batsmen. Do you think that they're going to stick to those plans as well and come out with a similar approach today?
I think there's going to be no doubt, actually. It's going to be interesting because obviously with Pakistan winning the toss and looking to bowl first, he's going to have a better option in gripping the ball. And I think obviously this is obviously a situation where perhaps it didn't help in that case when bowling last, but there's no doubt that they took him on, and it would work perfectly. I guess the question to be asked here is how is he going to bounce back? I was having a chat to Charles Langerfeldt, the bowling coach, and I was asking him about the bowling conditions yesterday when South Africa were bowling in first, and he was saying the guys found it very different from day one. They bowled first then as well, and it was very slippery on day one, but yesterday it wasn't, so therefore they could actually bowl their cutters and that sort of stuff. So it's going to be
I'd love to see them promote David Miller. As soon as Usman Qadir comes into the attack, I want David Miller padded up and ready to go in next. They don't have other left-handed options until they get down the order to Picklaqueo. So get him in.
I'm not well. Okay, he's not in the form of what we know, and he's also not someone who likes playing against spinners when he first arrives. That's the other thing about
give him
Miller.
that chance.
I think he's a game break tonight. And I'm backing him.
I hope so.
I think he's a guy that has to perform for South Africa tonight.
Well, there are Pakistan pacers also have to perform for Pakistan because you know if you look at in the T20 format, they have rather struggled in the last 1 year or so. They've been sort of changing things around. Mohammad Hasnain was playing. They haven't really had a settled pace attack apart from Shaheen Shah Afridi. And Haris Rauf, he seemed to be struggling in the last two games as well.
Yeah, Haris Rauf, I talked about it on air last night. To me, he's got that sort of action that if it just goes a little bit wrong, then it can go a long way wrong because it's quite jerky. It's a jerky bowling action, and he's got to get everything in sync. And when he does, we've seen him bowl at 150 clicks, and that looks really good. But when it's just a little bit off, because of that jerky nature of it, that just can go horribly wrong for him. So, look, it's an opportunity again, but I think that they might be looking elsewhere now and bringing Hassan Ali into the side. He's the sort of guy that might take his place.
Hazy, you had a look at the pitch earlier on as well, and we saw yesterday how Pretorius was sort of taking pace off the ball, and that was working for him. Do you think that is going to be something that the bowlers need to be doing here as well, the pace?
I think both teams will probably simplify a bit. I mean, you come into a 1-0 into an all-important game. It worked for South Africa. They simplified. What they did is they didn't bowl all their variety of their slower balls, back of the hands and that sort of stuff. They just went back to the basics of the slow balls and bowled a lot of those cutters and held pace back a little bit with that. So I think that you can use the pitch in that sense, and I think that's what we'll see both teams doing actually. And obviously right at the start, that's going to be important when the ball's a bit drier.
Another area where Pakistan seem to have struggled, Aduli, is the power hitting aspect, and they've got Asif Ali in. He's got that ability. I mean, you've seen him play in different leagues as well. What do you make of him from what you've seen?
Yeah, look, I like him. I just think, at times what Pakistan have probably struggled with is just giving guys enough opportunities. Give them 6, 7, 8, 9 games in a row. Don't give them 2 and then let them out again. You've got to find your way at international level, and it's a huge step up from domestic cricket. I think he's got the ability, I think he's got the power to win you games at 4, 5, 6, wherever they want to bat him. Just give him 10 games in a row. Let the guy play. Let him show you what he's got. If you think he's good enough to select him, just give him that fair opportunity. Give him a bit of rope.
What kind of total do you think South Africa would be comfortable with?
It's got to be 170 plus. There's no doubt it's going to be 170 plus tonight. I mean, I think conditions are great, and I think that South Africa have to rely on their senior players, big game senior players. They've got to carry the load. Reza Hendricks is a fine player. If he gets going, it could go north of the 170 mark. David Miller again, same thing. So I think 170 plus is a minimum is what they'll accept as the 170 mark.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. It certainly is going to be an interesting one, and like you said, 170.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Do we sing now, Hayes, or not?
Happy birthday to Z.
Happy birthday to you.
You've got a great, no chance for singing, no singing career for both of you. But yeah, we're going to be taking a short break now. And remember that when we do come back, we're looking at the grand finale. It is Pakistan taking on South Africa. So make sure you don't go anywhere.
There were records galore in the Lahore Mist last night as South Africa levelled their T20 series with Pakistan. First man to write his name into the books was Mohammad Rizwan, as he became the only Pakistan's wicketkeeper batsman to score 3 consecutive 50s in T20 internationals.
That brings up his 50th.
But that achievement was soon eclipsed by Proteas all-rounder Dwayne Pretorius. His 5 for 17 was not only the finest ever performance by a South African bowler, but also the best ever bowling figures to be recorded against Pakistan.
Beautiful bowling, the Yorker, 5 wickets.
The 145-run target seemed under par, but Shaheen Shah Afridi's first ever wicket made in a T20 international gave the hosts hope. However, that was extinguished by the big bats of Pite van Billion and Reza Hendricks, who went on the attack against their Game 1 tormentor-in-chief, Usman Qadir. And although both perished, the captain Henrik Klaassen and David Miller had more than enough to see the visitors home with 6 wickets and over 3 overs to spare to set up an enthralling winner-take-all clash tonight.
Gaddafi Stadium is in the area of Gulberg and it is looking glorious under lights. And we've had a terrific T20 series, Pakistan winning the first one, South Africa coming back strongly, winning the second, and all to play for this last T20I, live from Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. All right, Pakistan need to win playing at home. South Africans were a bit of a wild card, not a lot of great names, but they've done extremely well to challenge Pakistan in home conditions. Right, what about the 22 yards? Mike Hesman is out there once again.
We've got another new pitch today for the all-important third and final game. Just to let you know the tracks we did have, the first one we used was this one right here. Then we moved to the far, and now we've come to this one. But let me tell you, that, and that all look exactly the same to me. They're dry, and that means they're going to turn. And I've got a couple of examples here of the spin. The guys have got some spin out of this. Aussie bowled one that turned quite a lot in the last game. And Magic Man Shamsi also bowled one as well. Going to show some fireworks as well. So you can see that the turn and the bounce that the guys did get. Shamsi, by the way, he wanted to become a professional musician before he decided to take up cricket. So he'll enjoy this, and he's bowled superbly so far. So it's a dry surface. It'll be slow, of course, but we've got to talk also about the outfield. Again, it's going to be the Jew story. That's going to play a role in this game. I thought the South Africans looked after it yesterday very well, the wet ball that is. Pakistan did the night before. South Africa had the opportunity, of course, they won the toss both times. So they obviously a situation where yesterday got bowl more cutters and more slower balls. So I think they used conditions better with bowling first with a drier ball. So basically the captain who wins the toss, no doubt is going to bowl first, so he gets the benefit of dry ball to use when you're bowling, and of course the ball is a bit wetter when they're batting later. But the track itself, it looks pretty good. There's not too many cracks. It's just normal for T20 cricket, and I think we're going to be up for a pretty good one today. And some of the bowlers are going to have to work pretty hard, I think. It should be fine.
Looks fine. Pakistan in a huddle. They've made 3 changes and it's got to work for them. Under pressure, Babar Azam playing at home, and it's a 1-1 all so far. Mohammad Rizwan, a lot of eyeballs will be on him. If he gets another 50, he'll become the first Pakistani to score 4 consecutive 50s. For a guy who was not in consideration 12 months back, to come back so strongly and de-seat a regular skipper of the team and do so well is just remarkable how he's progressed.
It just looks like a, dare I say it, like a street fighter. He's got something to prove, and every time there's something to prove, he comes up trumps. Mohammad Rizwan, very tight behind the stumps. He was good in New Zealand, and at times he showed a lot of that characteristic of the fighting qualities that you're looking for in a captain and a wicket-keeper batsman. And it was a tough time for them down under. Didn't have a lot of luck go their way. They didn't have a lot of good fortune at all. So I think coming back home, picked up that Test match 100. He's gone Napier and then twice here in Lahore with 89, 104, and then another half century in the previous game. So brilliance from Rizwani. He'll have to do the job later on tonight, up to Reza Hendricks and Yanuman Malan to get South Africa away to a good start.
So probably Pakistan and Babar Azam need to consider the following. They won the toss because dew factor can have a negative effect on your performance. So why not introduce spin up front when the outfield is not as wet as it can be later on in the piece?
2 leg spinners as well, Ramesh, 2 leg spinners. So if you could have one of them, if one of them was capable of using the new ball, it'd be worth a shot. I'm with you. Maybe 3rd over. Give the seamers 1 over each with the newish ball, just to see if there is a little bit of swing, but 3rd or 4th over, I'm with you. Get him in early.
Shaheen Shah Afridi has been phenomenal for Pakistan in all the formats. He's not been rested, he's playing again. And here he is with the new ball, a slip in place for the outside edge. 4 men on the offside in the ring. Starts off with the slanted in-dipping angle that's worked away off the pads for a couple of runs.
Yeah, that leg stump line to Malan is the one that caused him a little bit of trouble last evening. He doesn't get across in front of his stumps at all. He hangs leg side. And he got bowled off his pads last night back onto the stumps by Shaheen. So worth a little look just to keep an eye on where those feet go, because they just don't go anywhere.
A little bit of room, drives it well.
Just have a look and see those feet stay leg side, so you can still see all 3 stumps at point of delivery. Comes off the pad and onto off stump. So you saw from that previous delivery that Shaheen bowled, he loves that. An element of 2 or 3, 4 inches outside off stump, it feels like a wide half volley to him because he doesn't get those feet across at all.
Oh, that's gone through for 4. Bad start in the field for Pakistan. I think it's Heather Ali who's messed it up.
Well, he was brilliant last night, wasn't he? Hyder Ali with 2 magnificent saves, one to his right, one to his left in the space of a couple of balls. Tonight, just that reluctance to dive on the really hard surface. He should have dived a little bit sooner. Just couldn't quite get down. Yeah, exactly, Shaheen. I agree with you.
Slips removed, put at mid-wicket. Playing for a bit of safety. 6 runs of the first 3 balls. Pressure is on Shaheen Afridi. That's a quick single. That's an excellent single taken. Great call and great commitment shown. Right, last chance for the boys to hit the service tower and earn some good bucks. 500 US to be precise. 2 boards strategically placed, Dooley.
Yeah, I can see one at wide third man from where we sit, Ramiz, just down at, we're at the media end, of course, and so wide third man. You can see one there that we might be able to sort of just guide one down off the outside third of the bat. Quite nice. You can see it just in the screen there now.
Or you could edge it, hit a bad shot and earn 500 US.
Reverse sweep. Off Shaheen, good luck.
Be keen to see how Babar Azam leads his team. He's a young captain, under pressure. It's 1-all. He's made 3 changes. Oh, almost an inside edge, and once again, excellent piece of running. This is good from South Africa. 8 without a wicket. Beyond 14 is the change made by South Africa. It was brilliant in the field. Got that wonderful run out of Babar Azam, Asif Ali, Hassan Ali and Zahid Mahmood. 3 changes made by Pakistan in the all-important contest. Zahid Mahmood is an excellent leg spinner. Hassan Ali has got form behind him, and Asif Ali is a 6 smasher. But it's Mohammad Nawaz who's come on to bowl. Spin from the other end, which is good from Pakistan.
Yeah, what I like is the change of selection. 3 new players, must-win game. Find out what they've got about them. Nawaz, the slow left armer with the new ball. You talked about that. These are the situations you need to find out the mettle of some of these players. Ramiz leading forward. A lot of 2020 cricket to be played this year.
I think most times as a cricketer you've got to captain yourself, because there's hardly any time for captain really to come in and inject passion or describe the game plan for you. I think because of paucity of time, I think it's imperative that you work as a leader. You've got to look after your field, make sure you know what angles to cover, how to attack, how to defend. It's a nice start.
Yeah, no, I think for Babar, having Mohammad Rizwan as well is a nice little foil for him too. Just to have that experience of a bit of captaincy behind the wicket. And captaincy of a young man in Babar Azam. I'd like to see him be positive. Pakistan can really do with an energetic, positive captain. And someone who just does things a little bit differently.
Yeah, fans would like them to play fearless cricket. That's in their DNA. Just go out there and express yourself. And this format is tailor-made for Pakistan. Oh, ball in, beautifully done. So spin has worked, and nice flight and bit of spin from Nawaz.
Superbly bowled. Reza Hendricks will feel a little bit like he possibly should have got something on this. I think in the end he should have. He stayed very much leg side of it. Should have got the pads in the way at least. Look how far he's looking leg side. It's hit his thigh. Don't think he's read the line that well and played it that well, but nicely flighted delivery, as he said, Ramiz, and a little hint of turn as well. So great start for Nawaz. Reza Hendricks goes for just the 2, 10 for 1, South Africa.
Wicket down 10 for 1. John Smuts is out there. 13 matches. Best of 45. Accurate, dead accurate. On that occasion, Nawaz starts a well 10 for 1. Nawaz is an excellent all-round cricketer, can bat well, is an electric fielder. Kanafi Stadium under lights looking glorious. Pity about the crowds though. Good that PSL will offer something for the fans. 20% I think can come in.
Yeah, look, it's a magnificent stadium, Ramiz, isn't it, this place? I mean, I'm going to go back to it. I hadn't been here for 25 years. It was 1996 when we last came here, when I last came here. Good memories, fond memories of playing here, but just a magnificent stadium. And they're only using about a half of the outfield. If you pushed it all the way back, it's massive boundaries.
As large as Melbourne. Bouncer aggression from Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's a good ball. Pakistan did not really experiment a great deal with that length in the previous couple of matches. This is good from Afridi, shorter length.
Yeah, well, just a quick look at this Nawaz wicket as well. The turn, you talked about it, and the pace that was bowled. Just have a look at this, the actual delivery. Look how much turn there was. It really straightened, really straightened. Yeah, really straightened. So would have gone on with the arm with that new ball. Some of them skid on, some of them straightened.
I think he opened himself too much. Reza Hendricks is just, he didn't leave any room for second line of defense. There you see that front leg going towards what mid-wicket, in fact, not even mid-on, and so he had to then play it properly, and then the ball spun. It was all over.
Yeah, and if he gets his pad in the way, I don't think he's given out. I don't think he's getting out LBW. But it just, everything was so far leg side and opened himself up. Technically not a great look.
There's a fielder there for that flick. Takes a bit of time if you're an opener and not used to playing spin with a new ball, because you're not expecting it to spin, and certainly there's a bit of flight and grip and turn, so you get a little bewildered by the situation. That was the attempted slow ball. Got the toe end of the bat. He was looking to really hit a mighty hit over mid-wicket. Mistimed it. 125 kilometers, that last ball.
Yeah, good slower ball.
Yorker, it's excellent bowling. Slower ball followed by fuller length. We saw a bouncer ball in this over as well. Good show shown so far by Afridi. None for 11. He's off 2, 13 for 1.
just take a look at this, and you're talking to Ramiz about whether Shaheen Afridi should be rested for some of these games. This is since 2010, so debuted after 2010. Just have a look at how many overs he's bowled compared to some of his contemporaries in that time. Twice as many overs for Shaheen Shah Afridi as Akakiso Rabada, Alzari Joseph, Hiru Kumara on there as well. Look at, I mean, at a young age, it's incredible how much he's bowled. Nawaz to continue. Oh, it's a nicely timed shot as well. He'll pick up a boundary four, beautifully timed off the back foot from Yanaman Malan.
Shorter in length, went back, used the box beautifully and flicked it through mid-wicket. Top quality shot, that is. Oh, perilously close to the outside edge. Once again, nice flight. Ball is doing something. Either it's straightening or gripping.
Oh, I know Shaheen's had a great start. We get the leggy on next over. Get him on. One of them. Don't mind which one.
Big shot. Gone all the way, I think. Beautiful shot. Used the spin so well over cover. Great six.
Lovely timing. Didn't go too hard at this. It was all about placement and elevation. He actually tried to hit it quite high. Gets really leg side. High elbow, which is the key to that shot. Wonderful timing.
Smashing six. Will execute it. Nawaz goes a bit flatter this time, shortening the length.
Good smart cricket though, isn't it? Ramiz, six and then single. Not there to hit the next one, so just make sure you're turning that strike over all the time.
That's gone up in the air. This should be caught and easily done by Babar Azam. So Nawaz's introduction working perfectly for Pakistan, and he's bounced back brilliantly after being tonked for a six. He picks up a wicket.
Yeah, John Smuts here looking to do a similar thing, but going long on instead of going long off. So swinging across the line of the ball, a little bit of turn, straight up in the air. Bubba's not going to make a mistake on that occasion. So a short stay again for John Smuts. He's gone for 1 of 6. It's 24 for 2. 4 overs gone.
Couple of wickets in the first 4 overs for Pakistan. Leon comes in, he batted well last time around, but different story today. Straight away the ball's been spinning. He Ashraf being introduced into the attack, but Pakistan winning the toss and bowled first. They'll be very happy with the way the pitch is playing, where conditions are, and with the left arm spin of Nawaz.
John Smuts deciding to go over mid-on. The ball is turning away. It was full enough. Nothing wrong with the intentions, but the way that he played it, that's the issue. A lot of the South African batsmen just seem intent on hitting the ball through the leg side into the spin. We saw Milan earlier go over extra cover. You want to have that thought more consistently than just, if it's up, trying to hit it somewhere. You'll be disappointed with that, but surely got to give some thought, Baz, to where it's got to go depending on where it is. Just can't constantly hit into the spin and expect to get away with it, especially if it's holding and turning.
And the issue with actually batting first on a surface which is offering something to the bowlers this time around is something to the spinners. And last couple of games, well, it's all being very dry. The pitches in Gaddafi Stadium, all three of them being very dry, and they'll help spin. But the issue is that once you bat first, you're never quite sure how many to get and how hard to go. We saw Pakistan get 169, which was just enough. And then last time around, 144 was not enough at all. It was chased down at a canter, so difficulty in setting the target.
Oh, it's a tight one. He has to get back quickly and comfortably in the end. It's a good point you make, because South Africa still have to play sensible cricket. They've got to get to a point and then look to push. But if it's just going to be played as we see it, if it's there to be hit, we hit it, they're going to find themselves in trouble. So partnership, someone playing a decent knock, he sets off, and Milan just wisely there calling no and sending him back. They've got to have good game awareness and pace this innings well.
Yeah, slightly too short. Time available to just turn it around the corner. Welcome boundary.
It's a confident player, Van Biljon. He loves to take it to the bowlers in this occasion. Very good in just picking up that back of a length, a slower ball. If it was a bouncer, it was a poor attempt. That fine leg up, you just literally have to just get some bat on it. And that's the result.
Even with that boundary, it's a good over, just 4 off. He's closing out the 5th. That's the length as he's hit throughout the over. Apart from that one boundary, a terrific over. 28 for 2. South Africa going at 5.6 and over. They've already lost a couple of wickets. It's been a tough first 5 overs. Last over of the power play now. And the introduction of Hassan Ali.
As I think where Pakistan have been good tonight is that Fahim Ashraf. He's played a lot of cricket lately. Played in the Test series, he's got to be confident. And now Hassan Ali bowled well in the second Test. He brings a lot of energy to this Pakistan squad. The playing 11, and he too has bowled a lot recently. So the confidence should be there, because we know from the 2 previous games your margin for error here is very small. You can't afford to stray, particularly in terms of your line, and that's where Pakistan's pace attack battled in the previous 2 matches.
Yeah, the cutter straight away. Hassan Ali, he's playing after a gap of 2 years, but he's come off a wonderful first-class season and also a great test match as well. But straight away, he reckons that bowling into the pitch and bowling those cutters is the way to go.
Can't get enough of that shot. That's the buggy shot. Gives you an idea what a player sees.
Short just gets enough, and this might just trickle away. It does. Pulled away for 4.
That's a good illustration of missing your lengths. You've got to have a lot of bounce, a lot of pace if you're going to get away with this. So credit there to Van Biljon. That's where he's strong. We saw it last night, that this sort of length, he's onto it off the front foot.
He's almost waiting for anything short and drag it leg side. This time goes full, 2 full toss down the ground, back-to-back boundaries.
South Africa could do with a little push here, and it's coming from Van Biljon. I would have discussed this power play. Normally close to 50 is what teams look for. Maybe he does have that in mind, that they need to at least get up to that 45 run mark in this power play.
Change in the field, deep mid-wicket going out. So deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Everybody up offside. Goes offside and gets it through. 3 of 3.
This was intentional. Van Biljon just showing that he's not just a leg side smasher of the ball. That was a length ball, got the left leg out the way, opens the blade. Look at that, left foot out the way, opens the blade, and that has found the boundary. Well, this is smart cricket, you got to hand it to him.
Last ball off the power play. And a slow one, Hassan Ali does the job. Pace off, leg stuck, gone.
I think he was deceived there. It was a brilliant piece of bowling on the back of 3 back-to-back boundaries. Just when South Africa have had a good over here, a bit of momentum building. Pakistan strike. Watch those fingers, they spread, and it's that off cutter, off spinner, right through him. Now that's a very familiar celebration, and rightly so. That's some smart cricket. So a good shot through the offside and a brilliant response from Hassan Ali. So it was short and sweet from Van Biljon, 16 off 11, South Africa, 41 for 3.
पॉइंट पे कौन आएगा पॉइंट पे
Power play done, and the debutant Zaid Mahmood with his leg spin about to start his T20 international career. Like a short pull, drilled into the leg side. Welcome to international cricket. 4 runs.
Malan doing well off the back foot. He's had the time to pick up the length, and he's found the gap quite beautifully. Now it's slow. If you're going to pitch it short as a spinner here, you could potentially face a lot of punishment. Got to hit that length to be effective.
there will be nerves. He's worked for this moment a long time. He's played a lot of domestic cricket, a lot of first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Slightly better length into the offside. But overall in this series, Pakistan now playing two leg spinners. Overall in this season, spin has the economy of 6.55. This man has a lot on his plate. Captain has to walk in, and if he can bat at 150 for say 8 overs, then South Africa in with a chance.
Catch it!
But the top edge, and Zaid Mahmood has his first wicket. His fellow leg spinner Usman Qadir with the catch, but a wicket in his first over.
Well, South Africa in this must-win match would have been looking to their senior players to perform. There was the other one. Larson probably had made up his mind that he was going to be looked to his sweeping, and this is a big blow for them. Their captain gone. Questions will be asked, was the shot on first ball? You're never quite sure, are you? You're never quite sure how much it's going to turn. And in the end, a fairly straightforward catch. So that's the last thing South Africa would have wanted. One of their most experienced players out, 46 for 4.
Cross हुआ है राशिद भाई? जी crossed. Okay. Sajjai. आओ. ना उधर पकार इंशाल्लाह. शाबाश भाई. यहाँ पे आप पाव का खा रहे, बहुत प्यारा काम है नेक्स्ट आउट. यहाँ पे. शाबाश. थोड़ा ध्यान है, बता दिए 120 से भी बढ़ के ना हो. अच्छा भी खेले तो इतना ही हो. Wait.
Straight one, big appeal, pleading. Is this sliding down leg? Conference. This one will have the final word. Zaid wants to go up straight away. Are they going to take it? Babar. Yes, he is.
Third umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Nice and slow. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm, ultra edge, please. Yes, keep rolling. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when it's ready, please. Stand by. Original decision not out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets hitting. I recommend you, Rashid, to reverse your decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen now.
But what a debut for Zaid Mahmood. He gets 2 in his very first over. One with the googly, one with the one that skids straight on. There's one helping out with the review, but can't ask for more. 4 deliveries and a couple of wickets already.
Milan 27 of 17, and the spin, it seems, will be the undoing of South Africa this evening. 46 for 5.
कबाई दोनों कबाई चोटी मारते हुए पहले बॉल चांस ले ले इसको
South Africa 5 down. Petlikwaya walks in. Needs something special from him. But right now, everything going Sahid Mahmood's way. On a hat-trick. Down leg. Delivers the wide. Probably the worst delivery that he's bowled this spell. I should say the dream first over. The googly, the straighter one, we've seen it all. And he's been successful. Goes with the googly again. That's gone off the surface. This is quality stuff. Pakistan pumping. Why won't you? 5 down inside the 7th over. The leg spinner operating. And that's another one. Yes, it is. 3 in the over.
I think he's asked. Good call.
Third umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. To confirm, ultra edge, please. Ball is close to the bat. Thank you. Stand by. Yes, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line, roll through the pads. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking. When ready, please. Pitching outside leg. Pitching outside leg. Can you go back on feet, please? Rashid, you reverse your decision. You're on screen now. Thank you.
Just pitched outside leg, but double wicket over for Zahid Mahmood. First in T20Is. It's 47 for 5. So South Africa 5 down, last 7 balls, 3 wickets, and the other leg spinner who's tormented them in the first game is on. The ball is turning. It's a real issue now. South Africa to bat the 20 overs and get some sort of target on the board, because the ball is really off the pitch, is exploding almost.
It's like waking up from a bad dream. It's just been very eventful last couple of overs, but where to from here for South Africa? Just at least got to now look to get some sort of partnership going. Try to be competitive.
Yeah, good bowling.
And Miller, if ever there was a time, he's spoken about his experience. South Africa needed tonight.
Brighter fan of the match, play the Brighter fan of the match contest and win a sign ball. Can it be the debutant? They already get 2 in his first over. And they've not picked him. Player of the match signs that ball. Gone mid-wicket. Straight to the man. 6 down.
As if we haven't seen enough already. Where is this game going for South Africa? Well, we know where it's going for Pakistan. It's like shelling peas at the moment. This could all end rather dramatically and fairly quickly for South Africa. It's gone for the shot, deciding that on the ground or getting something going isn't the way to go. It's been a case this evening of see ball, hit ball, and also some brilliant bowling from Pakistan. Yes, you may feel like that, but right now, more sensible cricket was required by South Africa. So joy for the Pakistan leg spinners. Petlikwaya gone for a duck. It's 48 for 6.
Pretorius walks in. And in leg spin and googlies. It's just been a chaotic couple of overs. Do that strike rate, do that average. And right now, South Africa can do with calming this game down.
He's that sort of cricketer, well composed. He was a hero with the ball last night. He now needs to be one with the bat. Looks as if South Africa may have a plane to catch. I understand that that might be the case this evening already. Warm those engines up. But anyway, who knows? It's a funny old game. Maybe turning Baz, but South Africa can also turn the ball. And they've relied a lot on Rizwan. The rest of that top 5-6 hasn't been at their very best. So I think that's why South Africa got to think right now is that at least get beyond 100, get to 120. They can do that. They've got a chance.
It was the leg spin in the first game that caused problem. Now it's the leg spin again, and it's with the drier ball, and suddenly everything with the introduction of leg spin has gone haywire. So after 8, it's 49 for 6.
बस बस
49 for 6. Wow, this has been pretty ordinary stuff from South Africa. Really disappointing. These two guys have got to get going now. Simple as that. Pretorius and Miller. Fine look at the dismissals of Smuts, Van Viljoen, Klaasen, Milan and Pachakwayo. They've all been really soft. Let's have a look at Van Viljoen. He was the one to go after scoring 3 4s in an over.
Catch it!
That was Klaasen, first ball. Rongen sweeping on his way. Milan was there for some time for his 27. He was the next to go. We'll show that after this delivery. Bottom edge from David Miller, so he's got time to get himself in. So here's Yanaman Milan. It was sent upstairs eventually by the skipper, and he was on his way. And the last to go is Pachakwayo, who hit it straight down the throat of the man who was a deep backward spin and hardly had to move. I just cannot work out 5 of these dismissals, really. Teresa Hendricks got one that came off the body and onto the stumps. But these two guys have got a chance to make a difference. Rambo?
Yeah, I mean, you look for partnerships, you look for a bit of stability, you look for a bit of common sense. None of the above for South Africa.
50 for 6, and we're 2 balls into the 9th over now.
Pakistan could have done this in the last game against South Africa. Could have played another spinner. I don't know why they didn't think of playing another leg spinner. And obviously could have looked after a more tired pitch maybe against South Africa. It's home conditions advantage.
It's beautifully bowled. Had pitched just outside leg stump, I think, and just spun right across him.
He does the basic leg spin, not a lot of add-ons, but he's different to an Usman Qadir. Well rehearsed at the domestic level. Played a lot of first-class cricket and nice revs on the ball. There's the wrong one, the attempted wrong one, but his go-to ball is the leg spin.
Yeah, and of course the South Africans wouldn't have seen him too much, so therefore they're not picking his wrong at the moment.
That's a beauty, that was.
Pretorius has looked to launch that one, and he's hit that a long way. That's gone for 6, so that's a nice way to finish that over. 9 overs gone, 57 for 6. Superb from Nawa has opened the bowling, couple of overs, 7 dot balls, 2 for 13, chipped in beautifully. Got his teeth right in this game. Zahid 2 for 14. Hassan Ali, you can't keep him out of the game. He picked up 1 as well. David Miller batting outside, off stump at the moment. This is the third and final game. 1-1, of course, going to this. The track is pretty much the same as the previous decks we've had. That's been beautifully controlled by David Miller.
What a hit. It went flat, it went hard, and that fielder was about a couple of yards away from the line of that ball, but it was hit so hard he had no chance in the end. A real good smack. And then in the slot to hit that one over long on for a 693-meter monster, that.
Terrific turn, sharp turn. He gives it a rev, that's for sure. These tracks have been turning for all these T20 games, so the players shouldn't be surprised by this.
You got to get your shots in order on a pitch like this against leg spin. So sweep shot is definitely on. Hitting him over mid-wicket is surely on as well. Anything with the spin can work.
Well done, well done.
Now let's just have a look at our ITEL mobile question of the day. Who was the player of the match in the ICC Champions Trophy final in 2017? Answer on ITEL Pakistan's Instagram page to win daily phones and merchandise. Halfway through over number 10 now. 6 down. South Africa, that's the problems they've got at the moment. This final seems to have whizzed past them. I cannot think that they were undone by the emotions of this third important game. Just have played very poorly. These two guys have got a chance to push it around a little bit, hit some boundaries. They've done that before, both of them.
Miller has got this ability to take the game away from the opposition. If he's having a good day, then it could be curtains for the opposition. So here's his chance. Still a lot of overs left. All he has to do is to make sure he doesn't get out. So by his time, make sure that he develops a bit of rhythm. See, slight change in his stance. He's covering the stump so that he can locate the ball outside the off stump and be nearer the length of the ball. It's a little adjustment that Miller has made. So it's clearly on that off stump.
Sharp turn again. Good stuff. 4 from the over, 10 gone. 61 for 6. We'll take a break for a few minutes while the ground staff just get the rope out on the outfield. Turnovers gone, 61 for 6. Malan and Fampohun are the only two guys to get in double figures at this stage. The problem for South Africa also for Tain to come. He's an all-rounder, and Sapamla and Shamsi. So it's Miller and Pretorius who've got to make sure they make a difference here, because the first 5 of 6 dismissals have not been dismissals those players will want to see again. Pakistan all over South Africa at this stage in this third and final game. The ground staff have done a good job. They've got the rope out there. They've had the super sopper out there as well. They've tried to just get rid of some of the dew that's been around the place. They've been working hard. So at the moment, there's not much of a problem with the players gripping the ball. You've seen the spinners certainly giving the ball a nice tweak. And Zahid it is again. 2 overs for 14 off 2 of his overs at the moment. Just the single to the sweeper.
Still time for tea in Lahore because the weather is wintry. Chapal, danedar, chai, tea.
Just see that fog just starting to come in a little bit now, actually. It's about this time where it starts to get a little bit heavier. Tries of catch it. It's going to fall safe.
Conditions have worsened in the outfield because of dew, but you've got to deal with it. Seemed to have twisted his ankle. Asif Ali there, sliding and slipping, and hopefully he's okay. Limping off the field, I think.
Yeah, just so that you know, the ground staff before the game, they spray the outfield with some spray which is used in golf courses actually, so a wax coating. There's the slide. Let's have a look at that ankle. Let's have a look and see what happens to it when he goes down. There we go. On the side of his foot. That's why he went down.
I think Shaheen Shah Afridi also contributed to the agony.
I think he might have, yep. He might have got a size 13 on that one. So the idea of that spray is it attaches itself to the leaves of the grass. Are they called leaves or are they stem? What are they? Blades of the grass. That's it.
Blades.
Thank you. Blades of the grass, and then it actually trickles down into the soil, so it doesn't stick on the blades of grass.
So the batting trend in T20 is even when you lose wickets, you've still got to go hard at the bowlers. So Miller is tailor-made for this kind of a game plan and a strategy and execution. Bowling! Yes, sir, bullseye. What a terrific debut for the leggy. He's got drier conditions. He's spun the ball. Pakistan have got an excellent surface to experiment with two leg spinners in the playing 11, and it's worked perfectly.
But what an ordinary shot. They're in such a bad position. There is no way that he should have been looking to play that shot at this stage. Straight after a little break, surely the chat should have been about consolidation, knowing there's not much to come in the batting order as well. Pretorius goes for 9, South Africa now 65 for 7. Bjorn Fortuin, who's a bowling all-rounder. So look at his numbers for South Africa, just playing in his 6th game. Hasn't really had an opportunity with the bat, but he does have now. He's got a very fine batsman at the other end. Unfortunately for South Africa, David Miller's out of form. So his situation is a little tenuous. Klaassen's first ball wasn't good. The list goes on, I'm afraid, about these dismissals. This really has been a very ordinary performance by South Africa. That's gone for 4. Those boundaries will help, of course.
They seem to be in a needless rush. I mean, it wasn't near the line of the ball and didn't respect the leg spin of the bowler. He's been spinning the ball has been gripping off the surface. So if you want to go across the line against the spin, you've got to be nearer the pitch of the ball. Simple.
Hard down the ground. Will be retaining the strike. 9 off that over, but a wicket as well. 70 for 7. it's Pumler and Shamsi. They're the next two to come, and they are no shakes at all with the Willow. Miller not out on 9. Let's focus on him. Fortain just needs to get going a little bit and provide a little bit of support for David Miller for a while. He will know that that is the ask. He's on strike now.
You got to look after Miller here. Play for Miller. He's on 9 from 11 and he can be devastating. He still can deliver the punch.
That's the trophy. It's a very impressive trophy. Saw the photographs the two captains were taking before the start of this series. It is a good size. And Pakistan have got a grip on it at the moment. A firm grip. Smash that one. That is very well hit. Power from Miller.
The situation can free him up as well. So Miller can demonstrate his skills as a 6-hitter, as a 4-hitter. Hits the ball mighty hard. Shorter in length, so an easy shot for him to execute, open himself up. And give it a fierce slog.
So 5 off 3 balls now. Straight to the fielder. 7 down at the moment. The last 6 have been soft.
Yeah, very soft. I mean, look at the sequence of disaster. Seriously, I mean, that was a nothing shot. And then after hitting him for a couple of 4s, deceived by slow ball, sweeping the ball against the spin. Another soft one and misjudging the speed on that one. Very ordinary stuff from South African batsmen today.
The problem with them is a couple of guys who have actually quite experienced. It's the last one. Pretorius, his experience. Smuts was the first we saw. Fambujon as well, his experience. Klaassen, first ball, that sweep.
Hit the ball down the ground. I think that's the way to go on a pitch like this rather than going across the line.
Petla Kwayo straight to the man at deep backward square leg. Couldn't have picked him out better. 12 gone, 76 for 7.
.76 for 7. South Africa in all sorts here with 8 overs remaining. And they bat through the overs. They pick up more runs. That'll do. That'll help. Another half a dozen for David Miller.
Miller's got to show his class here. Someone needs to stay with him. There's still a good few overs left here for South Africa. Projected score 130. Let's not forget, they've got a few guys who can also turn the ball. This is a good strike that's in his slot. Good power hitting. He's going to need to keep this going for a good few overs.
He's more than capable, David Miller, of getting 70, 80 off 35, 40 deliveries. He's got to try and take this as deep as possible. Well read.
Well, it's sensible cricket. I mean, you've got to cut your losses somewhere at some stage, but that's the score predictor. Let's not forget that this venue, 150, you've got a chance of winning. So Miller really plays a blinder here. They could get 135, 140. I don't think it's by any means impossible, or they find themselves in a situation where Pakistan are going to canter home. There's still a fair amount of cricket to be played here, but a lot rests on his shoulders.
Yeah, 150 in his last 20 innings of 2020 cricket. So you can see how much he's gone off the boil, where 5 years ago, he was probably one of the first picked T20 players around the world for franchises, for South Africa.
I agree with you. I think for a while now, for South Africa, he's played on reputation. And he talks a lot about that experience. And now, more than ever, he's got to show what that means. Thinking of the second, they've run that first one well and retained comfortably home in the end. But there's just been a period for too long, Dooley, where even in the other format, I see South Africa, they kind of have a total in mind, and they're hell-bent. Whatever happens, that's what they got to get. And I mean, cricket from day one has been a thinking man's game, and just that ability to play the situation is where often they've been lacking.
That sounded so good. Long on, just looked, watched it sail into the grandstand. 2 in the over for Miller.
But yeah, that ball on the bat all the way up here in the commentary booth, that has gone a long way. I mean, this boundary is big. Then you've got another 10 meters to the boards. That's what they say, perfectly in the slot. All 96 meters.
A nice reach from David Miller. See, that's what I'm talking about with Miller's ability. 16 off this over. He can get 10 and over, which still gets South Africa to 160. Because there's so many overs left. It's the end of the debut spell for Zahid. 3 for 40 off his 4, 93 for 7. So biggest over of the innings, that last one. The last from Zahid as well. Talking about Miller's ability, Daryl Cullinan. Joint fastest 100 and T20 internationals of 35 balls against Bangladesh. That was in 2017. Rohit Sharma and Sudesh Wickramasinghe also there. He'll help himself to a lucky couple here, will he? Yeah, he will. Shaheen Shah Afridi does well.
I think that 100 was in Potchefstroom. Do you have a bowl there, Dooley?
I think we turned up there one day and I just refused.
Yeah, it's good for batting, but take nothing away from that performance from Miller. So this is where Miller went. There's no doubt when it's there, and rightly. I mean, that's a good, calculated, fully in control shot.
It's the service tyres sign there. I wonder if he might be able to sort of get 10% for hitting the big one rather than the little one. Too high. Too high. Could we talk them into it? Could we talk service tyres into maybe just fronting up with 10%?
More. We've seen it throughout this month's cricket where it's just been the tiniest of boards, but I think that's good enough. I think there's a good argument, a good case for they need to just shell out a bit of dollars.
$50. Not much, is it? Chance of winning 500 if you get that one. That's not easy.
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of witness in there, Dooley. Come on, man. Gee, guys, be a bit more generous.
$32 off 22. David Miller, beyond 14, his role is just to pick up those singles. If he gets a bad ball, that's fine, put it away. At the moment, it's all about trying to get off strike. You can see Pakistan doing the right thing and crowding him.
Oh, that's smart. New batsman. You don't want to give away an easy single. You want to keep Miller off strike and make sure that he gets as less as possible. So that's the score prediction. It's up to 139. Now that changes ball by ball. It was 127, but that last over from Miller, now that's creeping closer to where South Africa need to be at least.
Nice change of pace, Hassan Ali. Yeah, I know that Pakistan would be disappointed if South Africa got somewhere near that 140 mark, 135, 140 after where they were. On the back have been 7 for 65, but if you gave them, if you said to Babar Azam, you'd have to chase 150 to win the series, I think you'd have almost chewed your hand off and said, I'll have some of that, thanks.
Yeah, if he plays well, for sure. He needs to get that pad out of the way if Pakistan are to, oh, I wouldn't say win it, he could easily win it, but that's going to play a big part. He has to play a big part. That's where that front pad keeps going. But yes, they would have hoped that it would have been far less than that.
Oh, slower ball. I think it might have been just drifting down, turning down perhaps.
Julie, am I right in thinking that there's less, we've seen it turning, but perhaps less pace on this pitch than the previous two?
Yeah, I think so. Doesn't seem to be coming on at all. Swing and a miss. It's a really tidy over from Hassan Ali. Just the 4 from it. It's 97 for 7. Six to go. 8 and over, 145. I think that'd be acceptable from a South African point of view. Clumps, 3 for 4. They were 2 for 24, 3 for 41, then 4 for 46, 5 for 46, 6 for 48. Just that clump of wickets. 4 in 7 with 7 runs scored only. Fahim is back.
Oh, it's one of those moments now, do you, with the extra pace onto the bat? 6 to go. Who do you fancy yourself? At some stage, you've got to make the run in, or do you just say, let's just pick up, leave it to potentially the last over or two to go really hard? Or do you see the opportunity now, and we have Miller on strike? We know that these guys today, they like to target certain bowlers. This could be a big 5 balls for either side right now. Miller against Fahim.
Crunch straight down the ground for 4. Oh, watch out, cameraman, it was coming straight at you.
Well, the man on the boundary, he's just below us. He took 3 strides to his right, gave up, and took another perhaps 10 to pick the ball up. That's a sort of half 100 up for South Africa. And when you're at home watching it on the box all the time and you're suddenly at the venue, you don't appreciate how hard these guys hit the ball. I mean, that has just gone a million miles an hour.
Pace off, well played, David Miller. It's up a single. 103 for 7. Games are plenty. Yes, start in the middle, sir. The Inverex solar energy. Tic-tac-toe. Start in the middle. No, block and block. Yes, well done. Well done. Where are you going now? Down there. Yeah, okay. Right-hand side. Right-hand side in there. Where are you going? Yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw. No winner. you both get a prize. Well done. Courtesy of Inverix. Awesome. Little bag of goodies. Oh, that's hit very hard. Backward a point. Should be a comfortable 2. No. The side against it.
Back to that little bit of pace, and you could just hear how that ball went off the bat. That's a situation for Fortuin where it's quite obvious, really. In a way, it takes the pressure off you.
He's just got to look to bat through to the 17th, 18th over. At the end of the 18th, the last 2, beyond Fortuin can swing the bat. He can have his fun then. But up until that point, it's about sticking with David Miller. If Miller gets out, he has to take a little bit more of that mantle on. Nicely played, but just the 1. There's the 8, though, already. There's the 8 we're talking about off the over so far with 1 ball to go.
It's not all doom and gloom. Yeah, for South Africa, some smart cricket, and just loving the way Miller's going about it. This is what he needs to be doing. You know, you can talk about experience and helping the youngsters, but the very best way is when you get out there and you show them how it's done. A pressure situation, a must-win match. Let's not forget, South Africa have never lost a T20 series in Asia.
Oh, this one could be out. Could be out. No. Oh, Shaheen. Very quick decision there to pull out of that. Anyway, we'll come back and look at that a little bit more shortly. 106 for 7. .38 not out, David Miller. Beyond Fortuin doing a good job. He is 10 from 11. South Africa with 5 overs to go, looking at 8 or 9 and over. Oh, not. Or not. Hassan Ali, what a beauty. A little bit of tail. 145 clicks. Superb.
Brilliant stuff, and I think Fortuin, they're quite surprised at that sort of delivery. Too good, right through him. He is such a competitor, Hassan Ali. We've seen it throughout this summer of, well, winter of cricket in Pakistan. And just when they needed to have a little breakthrough, Fortuin gone for 10, South Africa 106 for 8.
Well, tough work now for South Africa. 8 wickets down. And Nipul Tsipamla comes to the crease. Not much there to speak of. I'd say get ready for the toe crusher, Chief. Might go back to back here, Hassan Ali. Oh, he got down on it. He got down on it. Well done.
I think as a bowler you might have been expecting that, but it almost got through. Ex-bowler just reading the situation perfectly. This is gone. Is that just genuine in-swing? We can't suggest that it's not reverse, surely. Perfect, full, straight delivery. I enjoy his cricket. Really enjoyed watching him over the last month. Great competitor. Having him in my team any day.
It's another Yorker, and Miller will pick up a single to deep point. Not far away from the start of the HBL PSL. Season 6, broadcasters all around the world. Sony 10 in South Asia, Sky Sports, United Kingdom, Sky Sport in New Zealand, Flow Sports in the Caribbean, Willow TV are taking it, Super Sport as well. Should be another single to Sapamla. Yes, so broadcasters all around the world taking the HBL PSL 6. Looking forward to this tournament. Mina in Australia and the rest of the world. tapmad.com/PSL6. Looking forward to it, can't wait. 20th of the month, so what'll be 6 days away in Karachi. All gets underway. Good field placement.
And be tuned in for the opening ceremony. Apparently it's going to be something really spectacular.
David Miller will be back in the second half of the PSL. Looking forward to that, I'm sure. Slow ball to finish for Asanali. Oh dear, throw them down. No, missed by a mile, over the top. Had an opportunity not to be. End of 16, 110 for 8.
Look at all those satellite dishes. Bit of a gap between the last one and second last, a stand of 41 with Miller and also Fortain, so that was pretty tidy stuff. Miller still there, not out 40 off 28. Sapamla has just arrived, and Shaheen Shah Afridi is back into the attack now. Couple of overs, none for 11 at this stage. Miller has been in this sort of situation before a few times where he's got to bat with the guys right at the very end. It's not easy for him, particularly when he got this sort of bowler, and that has been slammed for 4. My goodness, that has gone like a tracer bullet. What a shot that is from Miller.
The amount of power in that shot, the crack of the bat, and just zipped away. It's in the air for a while, but nobody even close to that. And if it went straight to the man, it would have been, well, he'd take evasive action, because that is power of the highest order.
Flat. Look at this. Look at it go through the boards. Straight through the board. Look at that. Beautiful stuff from Miller. He's got that away as well. Picked up another boundary. There's a couple off the first to his face in this over.
Pressure on Shaheen Shah Afridi, goes for the Yorker, misses it, leg side. Bat on ball. Miller making a game of this. He compensated, tried to get it in the stumps, just worked away.
48 now, 30 balls. Couple of sixes, 5 fours as well, not too much running. Nice to see this innings from Miller. We know how dangerous he can be. Took a little bit of time to get going, then suddenly moved into gear. Slow ball this time. He wants to. Both turn back. 50 runs now for David Miller. This is a very good knock. Nicely played, but he's not finished yet.
First 50 outside South Africa, but it's been a timely knock. He's looked in fine fiddle and hit the ball hard. He's still got a few overs to make amends and make sure that South Africa get to a target which they can defend, but it's all been Miller.
Long off, long on position, fine third man and fine leg inside the circle. A little bit of a miss hit. Straight to the man at mid-off. That means Sapamla's going to have to face a couple to see the end of this over from Afridi. Let's look at the Brighto fan of the match contest. You can play that and win a signed ball from the player of the match. So this is an opportunity now for Pakistan. Sapamla's just got to keep these last two out. Hopefully he will be able to get a single maybe off the second last, and Miller can do the same off the last to retain the strike. That'll be the ideal situation. It's on down to third man. Miller wants it.
Still looking at 3 more overs. Calm before the storm. It'll be interesting if it's in the slot where Miller just ease it for a single, or will he take the opportunity to get a boundary?
Crucial ball, this one. Last ball of over number 17. In the slot again, nicely struck. He gets the single, retains the strike. That's the important thing as far as South Africa is concerned. 13 runs off the over, 123 for 8. So really good work from David Miller. Just a perspective here, 65 for 7 when Pretorius went. 11 overs gone at that stage. Now it's 17, 3 overs remaining. There's just Tabraiz Shamsi left in the hut for South Africa. Miller on strike. Straight to the man, just the one. Nicely bowled by Hassan Ali. Change down in pace.
Hassan Ali does this well. The change up, the slow one, or the one that's bowled slower into the deck. And I think watch out for the Yorker now. He'll be looking for the Yorker right here, because Pakistan would think they'll wrap the innings up rather than give Miller the opportunity of another few deliveries.
Yeah, I think that would have been the thought process. One early and then have a go at Sapamla. Normal pace for Sapamla. Keeps that one out. That's all he's got to do really at this stage. 140 k's per hour. He certainly gives it everything, Hassan Ali. Miller is doing a lot of chatting to Sapamla.
When he's in top form, Hassan Ali, and he's quite near that, he gets the ball to just seam back in, hit the deck and get the ball coming back into the stumps.
Saw enough of that with the Red Bull in his hand in the test. Change of pace. Work by Sapamla brings Miller on strike. Thumbs up from his partner. So David Miller at this stage is clearly just going to be thinking boundaries. That's what his game is going to be. Halfway through over number 18. Hassan Ali is experienced enough to be able to change quite comfortably from over the wicket to around the wicket. It's not going to upset his line too much. Oh, he's picked it up. He's picked it up beautifully. That is a great shot. Superbly played.
doesn't hit small sixes, does he, Miller? That one sailed away. Once he connects, it just goes on and carries through. That's went over the ropes and it's hit the grill, which is about 20 meters from the fence.
Welcome back, David Miller. It's his first 50 in 13 knocks for South Africa. Really has played some beautiful strokes. Power hitting. That's what he's known for. He mentioned before he arrived actually how important this was for him. Wanted to get back on track. There's a look at some of the shots he played. Have a look at this raw power. He certainly gives the ball a nudge. Crack off the bat. That noise is just magnificent. Look out, bowler. Low full toss. There was a time where that was quite a safe delivery. Not too many guys could get it away. Back for two. Nicely worked by Miller. 143 k's per hour, no problems.
Yeah, slightly nervous now, Babar Azam, with this onslaught from Miller. It's just about the raw hitting from Miller, and it's sailing away all the time.
He desperately wanted one, couldn't get it. 10 off the over, 133 for 8. .63 sixes now to David Miller. Only JP Duminy has scored more sixes than him. He's at 71. So 2 overs remaining now. 8 wickets down, South Africa. Miller's got to be there right at the very end of this innings. It's been a single-handed comeback.
And I suspect out of those 63 sixes that he has hit, 60 have been really big ones.
Good knowledge. Sapamla on strike. Short delivery. Good, fast, short delivery from Afridi. First up. Nicely bowled.
This is what Pakistan want. This is Miller, what Pakistan don't want. There's so much power that he's breaking boards, doing damage to the sponsors. They'll have to fix that.
That's a little salute to the PCB, that last one. Through their banner.
They'll go make another one.
And there you get 6 of us out. So cheaply. Once one, can't get it.
Yeah, for Pakistan, the best result is maybe get a wicket, but if Miller's off strike, that's the best result. If they can get him off strike all throughout these 8 deliveries remaining, that'll be ideal. But if he gets only 1 or 2 deliveries, that'll also be really good.
And they get to the 150 mark. That'll be some going. It'll be largely Miller, of course, if they can do it. A couple of big blows from him. He's got that away nice and fine. Good work from Sapamla.
Well, it's not going to be all Miller. Sapamla with a boundary. The short ball this time just got a little bit of bat on it, and that was enough. It is an option, but it is quite dangerous. A short ball, if you get a top edge, is always going to fly. It'll go anywhere, but good for South Africa.
South Africa were 48 for 6. The first time South Africa have added 80+ runs after the fall of the 6th wicket in T20 internationals. Still 3 balls left in over number 19. Continue at this rate, they go at the 148 mark. They'll want a little more than that. It's down the leg side, enables Miller to get through for 1 to retain the strike.
And Now it's up to Miller. Where does he go? He's got so much power. He'll go over extra.
Third umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. I'm satisfied. No bat involved. There is a gap between ball and bat. So can you go for ball tracking, please? Original decision not out. Impact umpire's call. Wicket missing. Can you go back on field, please? Rashid, stay with your original decision. You are on screen now.
Players weren't even looking. They knew that was a bad one. Gee, we've seen some bad reviews in this series, the 2 tests as well.
Caught me by surprise as well. I wasn't even thinking about a review here, but yeah, you have it, you've got to go for it. Even if it's missing by a mile.
Foot. Miller back on strike, over the wicket now. Was nicely bowled, hard into the ground, no run, good work from Afridi. 5 off the over. Over number 19 with 1 ball remaining. He's just gone for 5. Good work from the big seamer.
Does Miller now just settle for the single, or does he still go for that big hit? Only 7 deliveries remaining, so you want boundaries.
Does he look for 1 here though, just to retain the strike for the last over? That's what he's going to end up with. Quick single. So 6 off the over, 139 for 8. So from 48 for 6, 139 for 8 now, and we're about to start the last over. Miller has played superbly, 61 off 39, 3 6s and 5 4s in that 61, so he's been brilliant. On strike too. And of course he'll be wanting this to end in style. Shamsi, the only man left. He'll enjoy bowling on this surface again, Shams. His bowling's been brilliant so far in this T20 series. Fahim, a couple of overs under his belt at this stage, none for 13. His numbers. Third man and fine leg inside the circle. Long on, long off back. Short and wide, he's hammered that one away, and he's got it away beautifully for 6 runs. That's a great way to start the last over.
Bat speed, power, you name it. He's thrown his hands at that, and it's just flown away. He's carried the distance. There was a squarish third man, but no chance.
It's his second highest score now in T20 internationals. 100 off 35 balls. I wasn't there when he got that in Potchefstroom a couple of years ago against Bangladesh. This is number 2, 67 not out off 40. 5 balls to go. Can he play out of his shoes, Miller, and get them to 160? That'll be some target. Oh, he's going to bowl that one again. That been called a wide? It has been called a wide, surely. Yes. Come on, Aline. Give me a heart attack.
The field set is there's a deep square cover point and a deep gully on the fence. It suggests that he'll bowl wide outside off stump.
picked it up superbly. That is magnificent. That is another one. Superb stuff from David Miller. 150 up now, 152 for 8. And there's still 4 balls remaining in this innings. Magnificent from Miller.
This is just awesome. He goes wide, but Miller catches up. And once he catches up, boy, he hits it and it stays hit. Every 6 that he hits, the sound of the bat, the distance.
And the problem he's got for him is concentrating so hard on getting that line right that he's just getting upset with his length as well, and allowing David Miller to get underneath him. So the first one just disappeared smartly, just backward a square, and then that one, outstanding shot. Wide, long off. 13 off 3. That's yeah. Got to make sure you get that snap that shot. That's the one. That's the one he played. He'll look to do it again too. So get ready. 4 balls left. Slower ball. You could hear him through the stump mics, David Miller.
Yeah, one flashed away, short of a length, and it's gone. This one spectacular, over extra. That is fantastic hitting. That is brutal.
102 runs now they've now scored after the loss of 6 wickets. The most by any team in T20 internationals. Beating Pakistan versus Sri Lanka in Dubai 2013. Miller. Short ball. Has he hit that far enough? Perhaps not. Oh, he has hit it far enough, but has it gone on the full or not?
Babar Azam, the captain himself, he's looking comfortable, just hits his hands and straight onto the rope or the skirting. Will that be given 6? It should be.
It should be given 6. Hit the side first and then came down onto the grass, as I read it. So he'll be disappointed for starters. He didn't get that. He's going to be mortified when he knows that that's gone for the full benefit. Side first. I'll have to have a look at these a couple of times. So if it hits the side on the full, it's 6, and then goes on the grass. If it hits the grass first, it's 4. That's 6 runs it is. Righto, 6 runs. What have we got now? 19 off this. 2 balls remaining. 158 for 8 now. This is now a sum total.
And still a couple of deliveries to go. Where does Fahim Ashraf go next?
Says no, didn't like that. Wants to finish with the last ball, Miller. 79 not out, 44 balls. What a knock this has been. Clearly wants to finish this in style as well.
And what a comeback. You don't see many in T20 cricket, but what a comeback from South Africa. And what a comeback from this man. Not been in the greatest of form of late, but what an innings that he's played. Still one more delivery to go. Can he get another maximum?
Last 3 overs and 5 balls have gone for 48 runs, and he's scored pretty much all of them. Full toss, clubbed it. That's made a nice sound, and that's gone a long way, and that is 6 more runs. Magnificent. That has just been an outstanding individual performance by David Miller. South Africa are in so much trouble. He paced himself when he first arrived, and then he is absolutely unleashed. What a treat that is to watch.
25 off the last over. South Africa end with 164 for 8. And this man on screen, well, it's been an exhibition of power hitting. Clearing the rope at will.
Simply superb from David Miller. Well done, Sir Pumler. He did his job as well, making sure that he had most of the strike. But that is really special stuff. 7 sixes. 7 sixes and 5 fours. I think his teammates, by the way, were quietly stunned on that sideline. Some of their expressions. They will know that the job is not done, of course. They've got to make sure they bowl very well. But David Miller has given them a serious chance here.
sound.
It was a virtuoso performance, if ever there was one. And Rami's the first time I've seen him bat live, and I've known he's a good hitter, but I didn't know that he's this powerful. But it's also the way that he paced the innings, and he found good support. Sapamla at the end, we saw Fortain keep him company, but when he's on song and you miss it, he goes a long way.
There were magnificent hits. They went a mile. We're talking about big sixes here. 96 meter hit over long on. Just unstoppable he was. 85 or 45. Could be a game clincher. But Pakistan, well, you've got to ask the question, why did they not use the spin option of Usman Qadir, who had 1 over left, 1 for 12, not used. Nawaz, 2 overs, 2 for 13. He had 2 overs left, not used. Strange.
That surprised me, Rameez. We've seen pace travel. Let's be honest. They're the guys that have battled. And it needed the captain to say, well, it's working for us. Let's back them at the end.
Such a knock can lift a team, any team. And this being a clincher, I'm sure South Africa, even though the elements will hinder their progress, not easy fielding conditions, but they've got runs on the board and they've got this sparkling innings of Miller to feed off. They'll be talking about just giving you 100%, not worry about the dewy conditions. We've got an excellent chance to surprise Pakistan. Pakistan, on the other hand, need to get off to a good start. I don't see Babar Azam opening with Rizwan. It's going to be Haider Ali and Mohammad Rizwan. So Pakistan making that slight change. Babar not in great touch. Rizwan is on the cusp of something very special for Pakistan. If he gets another 50, he'll be the first Pakistani player in T20 to score 4 50s in a row. 165 is the target. Can they achieve it?
Interesting statistic here, Rameez. Pakistan chasing 160 plus, 24 matches. They've won 8 and lost 16. Now the stats suggest that, shall I say, it's going to be tough. My gut feel tells me I think this is going to go down to the wire.
I think so too. South Africa have given themselves a great opportunity here. An outside chance of toppling Pakistan. From nowhere, they've got to a score of 164.
So often gets said in this format, one man can win you a game. But it was startling, 48 for 6. We were just thinking, oh well, that's an early night, but Miller, what a good knock. What a good knock. Now, South Africa need their bowlers to follow up that example. And for Miller, we've seen him do it in the past, but with the World Cup looming, he needs to do it more often. That's the reality, but what a treat it has been to watch that power.
Mohammad Rizwan, a lot of responsibility on his, on his shoulders. Average of almost 32, strike rate of 119. If they can get rid of him early in the piece, I'm sure it'll give South Africa a great opportunity to then suppress the batting unit. Because he's been like a wall. Haider Ali, young, just 20 years of age, opening, wants to open, opens in PSL. 250s, best of 66.
Beyond Fortain, he's been given the new ball. If Pakistan are to win it, I think Rami's here that they need to pace it, they need to be clinical. They can't lose early wickets. They've got to take it as deep as possible. As the night goes on, we see how that ball becomes more and more difficult to grip or do anything with it. It comes onto the bat nicely. But if they lose a few early ones here in this power play, it's going to be advantage to South Africa. They've got the runs on the board. It's a must-win match. Often that score, instead of looking like 160, can look like 190.
It's like you're playing in a final, so you can add a layer of another 10-20 to the score. Here we go then. Oh, very close to the stumps, almost a chop on.
The new ball will skid on. That's too tight for comfort. I think that's just gone over the off stump.
So nice.
Who says this pitch doesn't have bounce?
Yeah, it came at a good time.
Cut shot. Partly stopped. In fact, South Africa doesn't leak a run. It's very good with the cut shot, with the sweep shot.
Haider Ali, what can we expect from him? He took his while last night, but then hit a few good boundaries. Is he, Rami, is a natural sort of opener? Is this the role that he normally, the way he goes about it? Is it just a surprise move, or is this where he's most comfortable?
I think of late he's been preferred as an opener. Rizwan Haider Ali obviously is not yet a regular at that position, so I think opening for Pakistan for the first time, I think, in a T20I game. Big shot. What a good shot that is from Rizwan. One bounce over the rope. Cracking way to begin your knock.
You gotta love his cricket. He takes it on, and it's very much on Fortuyn. Seen him come. Looks to go flatter and quick into leg stump and clears that, and that's how you do it. Don't need to really hit this new ball too hard. Mid on up, you just got to make sure you clear him.
Haider Ali is opened twice for Pakistan. He opened in New Zealand just recently. But Rizwan, he'll mean a lot to Pakistan in this run chase. Once again, miscues the cut shot. The ball not coming through at a pace.
You also tend to grip that bat a bit harder in the beginning. The hands aren't quite relaxed. You get onto it a bit too quickly. The face closes. He's feeling it out there.
Ball.
He'll keep the strike, Rizwan. Pakistan need another 160 to win this off 114 balls, 5 without a wicket.
Center. Thank you. Right hand bowling now.
Wrecked Pakistan in the previous game. Dwayne Pretorius, 5 for 17. 4 men in the circle on the offside, 3 on the leg side. There's a square leg in position. A deep point is the other defender on the offside. Oh, that's a bad misfield. That really is bad. That's Lequoyo there, letting himself down.
Took his eye off it. The chance of a single was on. He had to do a clean pickup. He had got it. The run was going. It had to be a good, clean pickup and shy at the stumps. And just there at that moment, he probably rushed it, picked up his head ever so slightly, and that was in the end, a little boundary which Pakistan will take right now. We've seen South Africa field well in these 2 previous matches, and talk about the bowling, but it's got to be backed up by good fielding this evening. Murky conditions, a wettish outfield. It's not going to be easy work.
Oh, beautifully placed. Really was marvelously done in the end.
This is why he's such a quality player, and he's already knocking on the reputation of being best keeper batsman in the world. When you see this sort of class, you've got to think like that. You've got to believe that that's where he deserves to be classed. And that's just a nice shot. He's looking for that gap. He's looking to open and get it past there, and that's excellent skills.
He's played 3 balls in this over, all in different directions. So we saw a mid-on push that went for 4, then that delectable cut shot, breaking his wrist and finding the gap, minute gap between the 2 fielders square on the offside, and then this single. Great game awareness. So what's happened here? He's okay. Got to be careful, not great fielding conditions. Oh, bad ball.
That's where he's been good. He's bowled wicket to wicket. That's what he did last night, and it brings the LBW bowled into play. These were his wickets. This was his 5 for 17. Babar Azam, the first to go. Getting that pad in the way, and that's one thing you don't want to be doing. This, great example, change of pace. Went a long way. David Miller steadied himself, and that was a fine catch. Again, going big. Looked like Rizwan on this occasion. Well taken, sir. Immediately got that little off cut out.
You've got to bounce back every now and then. In an over, 2 boundaries, and then slow ball, and he bowled beautiful line. Puller, straighter, and delivered under pressure.
He sure did. South Africa needed someone to bowl well, and he was well backed up by Shamsi. John Smuts put in 4 overs for 20, so we'll see them. We should see them both in action this evening.
I mean, he's got to be better than this. Heather Ali's got plenty of talent, but a whack over mid-wicket? No. 14 without a wicket. Bit of left arm spin in the shape of John Smuts. Started the show in the previous game, bowled the first over of the innings. Gopal Daneda. Bowling at a good pace, not firing them in, allowing the ball to grip and spin. Rizwan trying to create his own angle.
Oh!
Once again, away on the off stump, trying to play against the line away towards mid-wicket area.
He's got a square leg. He's quite a way, as you say, Ram. He's more towards the mid-wicket. 2 men behind square on the leg side, saving 1. I wonder if he's thinking that if he does get bad on him, it'll go finer. It's good thinking by Smuts. He just goes wider when he gets across.
Yeah, that's a lot better. That really is a classy shot. All the way for 6. Easily done with the spin.
I think this was the old 1-2 here. Went wider again, then charged him. He's a real treat to watch this guy. Just love his attitude, love his body. He's fearless. Anyways, he's just simply fearless. Backs his skills. There, went across and then came down the wicket.
That's a logical hit with the spin. No need to take any risks. But how well he adjusts Rizwan, that's the other thing. A couple of dots can give you a bit of a murmur.
I can't wait to see this next ball. What's going to happen here? Bit of a cat and mouse game going on.
He's got to go with the spin over the infield, through the offside.
Can't be 1 there. Just cannot allow 1 there, surely. One of them's at least got in, give himself a chance of cutting down that ball, even if he's coming in at an angle. Everyone on the offside on the ring, perhaps because there's no one back on the offside, they are on the ring. They may be thinking, well, we're quite happy to give him 1.
Only a single of the last ball. And it's 22 without a wicket after 3. They need a flourishing opening platform here. Rizwan in no time on 21 of just 14. Haider Ali has just faced 4 balls on a single. Babar is slotted to come in at number 3. He's played a lot of innings for Pakistan at number 3. Pelakoya coming on to bowl. Bit of medium pace, bit of line and length stuff.
It's interesting moves by the South Africa, just not giving anybody a lengthy spell, or at least 3 overs at this stage. They're going with the idea of an over each, looking to change it up and not allow the Pakistan batsman to line a single bowler up. I thought Pretorius, with his success last night, they might have just thought of giving him another over at least, if not 3.
Issue in T20Is is that even if you have wickets in hand, it doesn't guarantee your win. So momentum does. So for Pakistan, it's important that they look after the run rate. It's kind of an old game plan where you conserve wickets and go hard in the last part of the innings. That probably can still be pulled off in 50 overs cricket, but in T20Is, you've got to just go absolutely berserk, like Miller did. He's playing with the tail. 6 wickets down, South Africa for 50 odd, and he just carried on hitting the ball a mile. It's nice bowling, nice and straight, no dramas.
When you talk about that Miller innings, a lot of it was good cricket shots, wasn't it? Where if it's leg stump and full, he goes straight or goes over mid-wicket, but outside off stump, he hit it over extra. He played some magnificent shots. It was just that clever use of his crease at times. But what's clear about what he does is, at the point of impact, he gets set and he's still and he swings from a good base. And that means you're giving yourself the best chance of making the best possible contact. It wasn't reckless charging and swinging. It's calculated, knowing where he wanted to hit the ball.
Massive strikes, really was a treat to watch. Very comprehensive innings. Hitting the ball flat and long. Some of them went for over 90 meters. The other thing that South Africa will be reminding themselves is the fact that, you know, a couple of good overs and they can rush Pakistan in a run chase situation. And Daryl, you read the record. Anything over 160, they fail more than win.
Well, they've relied a lot on Rizwan, and a good few of the guys haven't really had the chance to get in and play a knock. And as you say, this game in many ways is momentum. And for a batsman, when you're in, you've had time and your timing's good. But if you're slightly off it, this is a horrible format to play. As you say, it only takes a couple of balls, an over or two, and then you're behind that ball. You're struggling to get ahead again.
Scooped up in the air.
So I think experience is often overrated in this format. You need form, you need skills. And that's where the win prediction is at this stage still favouring South Africa. 1% on a tie.
It's always 1% tie.
Yeah, well, that keeps going ball by ball. And what about a super over? Come on, guys, let's remember this game for a very long time.
It's a big shot, big shot, and 6 all the way. He likes that area, breaking his wrists, breaking a rhythm of dots as well. Lovely way to finish the over. It's 30 without a wicket.
4 overs gone, 30 for none it is. I'm not sure about that last ball that was bowled. Didn't have to bowl that slower ball. Up until then he'd done a very good job, Petlakoyo, and then suddenly the slower ball just disappeared for plenty, which destroyed his figures. 22 off 17, Rizwan, he's a danger. Sapamla. Quick single, bit of a fumble. That will happen, of course, when this ball's a little bit on the damp side.
Yeah, you could hear Rizwan yelling, "Hurry, hurry," in the stump mic. Calling Sapamla. I look at that last delivery to Rizwan, and that's exactly where you have to bowl to him. I know he has the ability to hit down the ground, but you've got to make him hit straight. Cannot keep letting him hit square of the wicket. And set a field to that type of bowling, and that line, that length is absolutely perfect for him.
Oh, down the ground, that's a fine strike, that really is. Beautifully played for 4. He's off and running in this over.
He went really full. That's nicely dug out from Haider Ali. It's almost Yorker length, so he's done very well to get it with a bit of pace on it past mid-off.
Henrik Klaasen has got this frenetic start to bowling. We've just started the 5th over, and this is already the 5th bowler that's being used. He did it yesterday as well, 7 overs. He used 6 bowlers. Chance for any of the guys to settle in. That's the name of the game, I guess, in T20 cricket, but sometimes it can be overplayed a little bit. Should see what he does with Petlakoyo on the next over. Been too impressed with that last ball, I'm sure. Hard taskmaster is marker, I should say, is Klaasen. Oh, it's a bit leg side. Good work from Klaasen. You feel he missed out there. Haider.
Yeah, freebie that one, wasn't it? Could have hit that anywhere on the leg side. Plenty of chat out there from the South African camp. Just got to get that line off stump, just outside, on a good length. Try and make the batsman make those mistakes, then he's got to start looking for something.
It's the better line. And we've got to understand, though, from the South African point of view, this ball is wet. It was wet after that first ball was actually misfielded, and it went for 4. And it was all on the carpet through a mid-off region. Then suddenly the rags came out, and not because of the misfield, but the rags came out to try and keep the ball nice and dry. So it is wet. They're going to have to work on it. They did pretty well in the second game. So much in the first. But what they did do, learning from the first game to the second, is they cut down their variety. Now, that's why that slower ball, I think, was so annoying. But anyway, it's gone. To Pumler now. Oh, that's a crunch. That is a beautiful shot. That really is right out of the screws. That's gone for 6. Fine cricket.
It's just been his go-to, hasn't it, Rizwan? Anytime there's been an element of width outside off stump, a little bit of a slower ball again. I don't get it. I don't get it. Bowling these slower balls, or trying to bowl these slower balls that's just skidding onto the wicket. You've got to make Rizwan hit down the ground. There's a wonderful shot to a poor delivery.
The cutters were effective yesterday when they bowled first, when the ball was drier and the ball was holding on the surface. Now the ball's wet, it's skidding. It's not holding, not gripping. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's the standard pace from Sapamla. 12 off, 42 for none. 20 runs off the last 2 overs. Bjorn Fortuin into the attack now, left arm orthodox. So 1 over so far. Parents named him after Bjorn Borg, actually. The tennis fans, Bjorn Borg fans.
How many Grand Slams, Bjorn Borg? At a guess?
I had a poster of him on my in my bedroom wall. What about you, Simon? Do you have Bjorn Borg on your bedroom wall or someone else?
I mean, I loved watching the tennis in the day, but didn't have Bjorn Borg.
Chris Lewis?
Posters on my wall? No. Al McPherson, I think.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Righto. Here goes Bjorn. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Nicely fielded too. Boys in the covers are going to have to work hard here. This partnership 43 off 31, so they're both feeling comfortable, these guys.
He's going to look here, Hyder Ali in particular, maybe not so much Rizwan, but weary this over. With Hyder Ali, I wonder whether there's an option, a really slow one outside the line of off stump right. The Brighto fan of the match, play the Brighto fan of the match contest and win a signed ball. That'll you'll get that from the player of the match tonight. Who will that be? Will it be Rizwan again? Will it be David Miller? Will it be a bowling performance from South Africa?
Oh, he's got away with that. Side the stumps. So 3 singles rather, of the first 3 from Fortuin. Working hard on that ball. All the South Africans have got that rag at the moment. Every opportunity they get, they rip it out and just try and get the seam as dry as possible. There's John Smuts with his moon boots. Someone's not happy with the bowler wearing the rag in the back of his trousers.
Surely it's not a late decision. They must have known there was going to be some dew. Normally you get them the same colour as the team kit. Crunched offside, onside, sorry. And away to the boundary for real drag down ball, but pounced on by Rizwan.
That's what they're looking for. Rizwan is one of those blokes who's so quick on his feet. Anything that's slightly short, you'll just see him just jump onto that back foot. He's waiting for it, plenty of time, and he can pick his spot. His form is so good. He's not a big lad by any means, but gee, he's got some power and some timing and clearly form. He's got a bit of a smile when he faces up these days. Call of 2. We'll be able to come back for 2 as well. That'll bring up the 50 partnership. Schneemann down there. 9 off the over, 51 for none. Good work from these two. Six overs, power play, 51 for no loss. It's exactly the same number that South Africa had actually in the first game, 51 for no loss off 6. As soon as the power play is out the way, Shamsi likes to get into the game. He has bowled superbly so far in this series. Conceded 2 boundaries in the first game, didn't concede any boundaries yesterday, only went for 16 runs. But they were bowling first, so this will be a bit more of a challenge for him. Bowling to Hayter first up. Clear protection on the leg side. Outstanding, absolutely outstanding. What a start from the magician. That is magnificent stuff from Shamsi.
Oh, superb. Brace Shamsi took his time, didn't he? Just wanted to get a decent grip on that ball so that his first ball would count, and make it count he did. Turned straight back through. Well, it was as wide as the highway we drove on to get here, the gap between bat and pad, but brilliant bowling. And South Africa have struck. Hyder Ali 15 from 13. He goes, it's 51 for 1.
Baba Azam is always a key wicket. The South Africans know that only too well. Magnificent player. Look at these numbers. 1,600 runs, average of 48, strike rate of 130, best of 97 not out. He's missed out really in this series in the tests, and also the T20s. Just one knock of 77 against South Africa in the tests. It was in Karachi. Apart from that, it's been a little bit barren. The spinners have undone him. James, he won't mind this first up. He'll get some turn, he'll get some rip. Short with wicket in position and a short cover.
Beautifully bowled, Hazy, wasn't it? Lovely flight, good turn, ripped back, cleaned up leg stump. So I wouldn't mind a slip in for a couple of balls, just to give him that opportunity to bowl the wrong in.
It's a dream start. That's beautifully bowled as well. You might have heard me mention the magician. I mentioned that for two reasons. One, he's a pretty tidy left-arm unorthodox bowler. The other thing is that he wanted to become a professional magician before he realised that his cricket overtook that ambition. Seen a few of his tricks. So has Hayder. And leg side this time.
How much turn? 7 degrees. It's a beauty, isn't it? It's drifted across, bounced and ripped back in.
A bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Beautifully played, 4 runs. Skipper's away.
Yeah, dragged down delivery, wasn't he? Be disappointed with that, Shamsi. Babar Azam so quickly onto it. Didn't worry about hitting it in the air. Kept a little bit low, but he stayed down nicely on it.
Yeah, it's not his game, that one. Doesn't normally drag him down. He normally likes to give him good flight. That's when he's at his best.
Let's go bang bang here, Shamo.
Beautifully bowled. A little bit of a misfield. Player down there's having a few problems just grabbing the ball.
Yeah, he's got to get his head in the game here, Pickle. Probably still thinking about that last ball of his first over. A little bit loose, but you can't be giving up easy singles there. At least grab the ball, get a chance for a run out. Protect this total with everything they've got, South Africa.
Fascinating first over. Last ball now. Oh, it's kept low and it hasn't missed leg stump by much, but it's missed by enough. 57 for 1.
Great start there, Shamo. Let's go. Andy, deep point to cover, please. For him, just behind, please.
48 for 6 they were. South Africa, they looked in real trouble at that stage, and then suddenly it was enter David Miller. 85 not out of 45 balls. Magnificent performance with 7 sixes and 5 fours. Really played superbly. Pakistan now 57 for 1.
Go!
Smuts.
Good start, John Smuts. How about this last ball of the previous over from Shamsi?
Gotta make a play,
Stayed very low indeed. Oh, goodness me.
Not far away. Mike Fonfuyun is the man that's lurking in that region. Isn't really in the game, but got excited at one stage. Loves that sweep. Plays it so well. That is magnificent. Brilliant sweep from Rizwan.
It's really well done. It's wide outside off stump, this one. Look at the reach, stretch. It's down on it, gets it very square. This is turning a foot outside off stump, so it's terrific from Rizwan.
Gee, that shouldn't have been a single. I think the boys in that inner ring are just got to be on their toes a little bit more. It's not going to help the bowler.
It's actually put a really good over to start, John Smuts.
Nicely bowled. Forcing down the ground just for 1. Nine wickets in hand they've got, Pakistan. It's what they need from here. So 7 off Smuts' second over, 64 for 1.
This is going to be the real contest here. Shamsi versus the rest. Shorter in length, because not only does he bowl miserly, but he's got this ability to pick wickets also. What is the wind predictor telling us? Is it still South Africa or Pakistan catching up? Pakistan now favourites. Tie 2%, Bazat Khan.
This first time it's got up. It's always 1%, 2%. So we're on for a super over.
What a terrific innings from Rizwan. Once again, playing so well and fearlessly. 41 of 28. Improved his 6 hitting ability. 10 sixes so far in the series. transformed T20I genius has become. Oh, a difficult one for the keeper.
Yeah, the inside edge. No chance for Klaassen to get his gloves on that. Ball turning back in. Big inside edge. Hits his pad. Hits his left leg.
Got to be careful against Shamsi. He's the real deal for South Africa. So respect his talent. Still getting a lot of spin. Outfield is moist. There's a lot of dew around, but somehow he's been able to grip the ball quite well and spun it. Big shot in the slot. That's gone all the way for a majestic 6. Now that's more like Babar Azam.
See, many clean hits tonight, but this was clean as. Floated up, just hit through the line, back where it came from.
Lovely crisp hit over long on. With the spin, Babar Azam was absolutely glorious on that occasion. Will he go again? Creating a fine angle. That was extremely well played by him. Knows the call. Rizwan in two minds. Only a single.
Looks under control this for Pakistan. Don't need a mix-up. Babar Azam has got off to a start. Comes in at number 3 today. He's looked good against spin.
Is close and gone. Leg before. He is dynamic for South Africa in the middle of the innings, and Rizwan is the one who's faltered, and it looked pretty adjacent. Well, they've asked for it.
Third umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. So, slow. Ball is close to the bat to confirm. Ultra edge, please. No way. Stand by waiting for ultra edge. Ultra edge building up. Stand by. Still stand by. Yes. Roll forward, flat line, roll forward, roll 2 to the pads. Satisfied, no bat involved, go for ball tracking when it's ready. Copy. Stand by waiting for ball tracking. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact. Wickets hitting. So can you go back on field, please? Alim, you are on screen. Stay with your original decision. Thank you.
Yeah, it looked plumb. Likes the sweep shot and for once failing to connect. But Pakistan losing him just at the wrong time. Shamsi once again amongst wickets. 2 now for him. 2 for 15s and 6 dots to go with it. Rizwan once again playing extremely well for his 42. 2 down for 73. game taking an interesting turn. Rizwan dismissed. Hussain Talat is the new player in for Pakistan. Still developing numbers for him. Beyond 14 coming on to bowl. South Africa keen to experiment with bit of spin, but this was beautifully bowled.
They're just too full to sweep. And Shamsi knew straight away that he was in business.
Oh! Yeah, JD, you got him, JD, you got him, JD! So nice.
He has to now play a match-winning innings, critical innings. Babar Azam features regularly for Pakistan in T20Is. Plays beautifully. 91 in 64 balls. That's the target. South Africa mounted a great challenge through Miller. 61 for 6 to end up with 164. Good to see that lightning knock from Miller.
Happy? I did, maar wat is nou om het ombrengen als je hier uit wil in? Als je eraf wil again.
Not needed. Just basic stuff is needed. New man in. Don't need magical deliveries. South Africa at this stage would be looking for a bit of consistency just to back up Shamsi's spell. That's gone up in the air. Will it be taken on the bounce? The man coming in from long off. Interesting shot.
They're going leg side. He came down the track, but it was hitting towards long on or mid-wicket. The ball just carrying on with the arm, no spin at all. And it sliced off the face, almost carried too long off.
Well, that's a solid shot. That really is classy from Babar Azam, almost a 4. That ball flew the out of field, so well timed by him. ITEL Mobile's question of the day: who was the player of the match in the ICC Champions Trophy final in 2017? If you know the answer, well, you need to go on to ITEL Pakistan's Instagram page and win daily phones and merchandise. I know the answer. Is a left-hander, born in Mardan, played for Navy. That's why it probably sailed smoothly on that day.
Who could that be? Just give us one more clue.
Got a century in that final. Into the gap, knows the call from Babar Azam. So 10 overs done and dusted, 80 for the loss of 2. We'll have a longer break here because the rope will be applied on the outfield. So 3-minute break for us. Babar is not out on 19. Talat is on 2. Still a lot of firepower left in the 11 for Pakistan. Asif Ali can bash the ball hard. Fahim Ashraf has been in great touch with the bat. Nawaz is an upper order batsman. Hassan Ali can hit a few as well. So 80 for the loss of 2. South Africans have put up a great fight here. First with the bat, and now Shamsi turning it on. 2 for 15 in his 2 overs. To suppress Pakistan in this run chase, I think Shamsi will be the real deal for South Africa. So he's been given another over. Looking to pressurize Babar Azam particularly. If they can get rid of him, then they'll surely be in this game big time.
Been very good to left-handers as well. Gets the ball to spin away from the left-hander. The coveted prize in the end. Still in the balance. But do you think Babar has this under control?
Into the gap is called for 2, only a single. They got to be careful here, Pakistan, because respect needs to be given to Shamsi. His record is outstanding. He's got more turn than anyone else. Nawaz 3 degrees, Usman 2.8, and Shamsi in dewy conditions been able to spin it more than all spinners, that is.
Pakistan probably realized this. Need to just bat him out. He's already got 2 wickets. He's into his 3rd over. Maybe they'll bowl him another one straight after this, or Klaasen might save him up.
Running hard. That's excellent piece of running. Hussain Talat, the moment he played that ball, called for 2.
And it waited nicely, just angled it into the gap, but it didn't go towards the fence. It was just around about that 30-yard circle or a bit more, so you're always in with a chance then.
Bowled him, cleaned him up with a beauty. It's that man again. Pakistan are not learning from the experience. Allowing him to bowl, allowing him to pick wickets, and this is seriously working well for South Africa. Shamsi, 3 for 19, cleaned up the left-hander.
Yeah, the over spinner just carries on straight on onto that off stump. He's brilliant to left-handers this time around. The one that comes back in or stays straight. Shamsi has brought South Africa back into the game big time. Hussain Talat, he departs cleaned up for 5. It's 84 for 3.
Laat hem vangen zo.
84 for the loss of 3. Shamsi has now got 3 wickets, 3 for 19. Asif Ali. has made his way through in the playing 11. Pakistan 81 in 55 balls. Short mid-wicket has been positioned. Blocks, but what an over from Shamsi. 84 for 3. What a terrific game of cricket. South Africans were done for most part of that batting performance. But then Miller came and rose to the occasion and absolutely butchered the bowlers with his magnificent hitting. And in reply, the chase is on, but Pakistan losing their way. They've lost 3 wickets. Babar remains the key player for them in this run chase. Luto Sipamla coming on to bowl. 1 over, none for 12. Pace, good work for Pakistan. Just a short gap pull from Babar. Slowly gaining bit of rhythm and form, Babar Azam, but this was beautifully bowled. Look at the head position of Hussain Talal. He missed the ball completely and played all rounded.
Next up.
Yeah, it's spin to win in Gaddafi Stadium. We've seen the spinners get the ball to tweak. Now Pakistan with the opportunity with pace on the ball. Asif Ali's just walked in, but he also enjoys pace on the ball. Tie still 2%.
That's well fielded. He was in. Few yards, had to adjust very quickly. South Africa need to feel extremely well. Make sure they hold their catches. The ground fielding has got to be smart as well. Not easy conditions for fielding. Dwayne Pretorius can come into play once again. He's only bowled 1 over. Oh, that's a cracking cut shot. That really is a sparkling shot. Showcasing his ability, talent, class. Regal was the right-hander through point.
Yeah, pace on the ball and pace off the bat. Right in the middle, right in the screws. And there was no else was going to stop that. Nowhere else that this ball was going to go but the fence.
Pamela 1.3 overs, none for 18, proving to be a bit expensive. Short ball hit into the gap and another 4. This is not good stuff from Sipamla. Easy shots for Babar Azam to execute. That ball sat up very nicely for the right-hander to ping it past mid-wicket.
Yeah, too short, too easy. Ball just skidding off the surface and off Babar's bat. It's rocketing to the fence.
It's a magnificent player to watch. So well balanced at the crease. Finding his form and rhythm finally in this T20I series. 29 years of 19. And he'll be critical in this run chase. 71 away from target Pakistan. This time doesn't find the gap.
Sipamla doesn't really mix it up. He's normally relied on hitting the wicket and bowling full place. He doesn't mix it up with slower cutters. So once he's short of a length, at this stage of the night, the ball's sitting up to be smashed.
Works it away on the leg side with his wrist. Bit of a confusion, only a single of that last ball. Babar Azam now into the 30s, 95 for 3.
Twelve overs gone, 95 for 3 it is. Babar Azam 30 not out of 21 deliveries. Okay, so they've decided to give Shamsi a breather after 3. John Smuts now. Oh, some left arm orthodox spin into the attack. A couple of overs under his belt at this stage. There's a few options that Klaasen can turn to. Clearly, I think the answer here is lies with the bloke on strike right now. An extraordinary cricketer he is, Babar Azam.
And his timing it well. Didn't get runs in the first 2 matches, and you always believe that a class player will come good when it counts. Just feeling it, Jeff, for South Africa is this ball. It's not ideal. It's probably of all the matches, just looks the worst this evening.
Just a little bit of turn, sharp turn. Nice pace too at 91 k's per hour. This is all locked away at the moment. Same time, South Africa were some way behind. Obviously, all the wickets they'd lost, but David Miller was in full flow at this stage.
South Africa as a fielding unit need to be good. We talk about wickets, but there's always a chance of a run out. You've got to be aware of that. It's a single taken down the ground. Not too sure if these 2 batsmen really trust each other in terms of their calling. There's been a stutter or 2 early on. So South African unit have got to work hard now. Brilliant piece of fielding, can turn this game on its head.
Got to try and do a stop these boundaries. So John Smuts is doing a good job. Got those fluorescent green wheels on. 66 in 43 balls. That's what's required now, and 7 wickets in hand. Last ball now, 4 off the over so far. A little bit shorter. Hunted down the boundaries. That's pretty tidy stuff. He'll settle for that. 3 figures up. 100 for 3. Seven overs left now. Under for 3 it is. 65 runs required. Pretorius has got quite a few overs left. 3, none for 9. Off his return at this stage. Remember game number 2, he picked up that magnificent, the best return ever. 5 for 17. For South Africa in men's T20. Or South Africa in T20s, I should say.
That's the difference. Last night those balls were gripping and holding a bit, but with the ball being a bit on the softer, wet side. This just gets on nicely. He had an answer for the conditions last night, and how will he respond here?
David Miller, by the way, at this stage was 30 off 20 balls, so he was just starting to step on things, but they got to stop these boundaries. South Africa can't allow the Pakistan skipper, with the ability he's got, to be able to put these sort of deliveries away. That's back-to-back pressure right on Pretorius now.
Those boundaries just bring that run rate, and the run rate required, just it's 8.1 run rate, required 8.5, and the difference is those boundaries, as you say, Hayes, just brings that differential into a situation where you feel Pakistan are in control.
Suddenly, if they keep allowing these boundaries to escape, and the previous over there were no boundaries, suddenly it's going to get down to under 50 and around the 40 ball mark. It's pretty cool now. Time for the cameraman to warm up. There's Lebo. How's that, Lebo? All right? I think Lebo's ignoring me. Lebo, can you hear me? Lebo? Hello, Lebo? Right, that's it. We're done as mates. Nice shot down the ground.
You're lost and only one gone.
I thought we were tight.
Where can they find a wicket, Hayes? What do you think? How can they conjure
That's
one up
better.
here? Ball is for two, and well taken. So Pakistan on top of things here, and that second's on. They're looking to attack hard with that first run, and with a wet outfield, you got to put the field under pressure.
For a new set of gloves by Razam. Now this is a really important delivery. So it's the last ball of over number 14. Gone for 12 so far. Sweepers square either side and also straight. Got him! Bowled him! Good work! Pretorius has made a difference. That's what he says he likes to do in international cricket when he gets an opportunity. He has certainly done this. That is a massive wicket.
Could not have come at a better time for South Africa. And it's the man in that's out. That is a big moment in this game. Pretorius getting back to that line in length, looking to hit the top of off stump. Nazam again finds himself playing across the line, and he knows what that means. As if to say, I've got your number. Well bowled, Dwayne Pretorius. Now Pakistan will have to rebuild after Babar Azam. Gone for 44. It's 112 for 4.
Babar Azam was playing so nicely. David Miller was just getting a little bit of a rub down there, actually. It looks like he might have damaged perhaps a groin. I don't know. He might have to go off the park if it is anything serious. He is a key fielder. He's one of the guys that they like to put it mid-off, long-off, at long-on region as well. He's a big catcher down there, and he looks like he's going to go off the park. Maybe it's a hip issue. I'm not a doctor, as you probably guessed. Fahim now, who has been terrific with the bat over the last few weeks in white clothes or coloured.
Maybe a time to get Shamsi on. Such a brilliant record against left-handers. And this is a big wicket. South Africa know that Ashraf is more than useful.
So 53 and 36 balls, 6 wickets in hand. No, he hasn't gone off, David Miller. He got 30 off 12 balls yesterday, did Fahim, in game number 2. All ties still at 2%. Pakistan are the favourites at this stage. Shamsi have to bowl that one again. So he's starting his last over, Shamsi. He has been magnificent too, with 3 for 20.
Give him one. Get the lefty on strike.
Both these batsmen are not the most fluent against spin bowling. Oh, it's nicely bowled. Pumped down the ground, just the single. Another look at the dismissal. There's a bit of movement off the seam. Yes, there was considerable movement off the seam. This will give us a better angle too. Watch it dart back off the body and onto the timber. Cursory glance by Babar Azam. That was very good lip reading. In the air for a while.
Okay, now Babar Azam, we saw in the Test series, tended to find himself getting that LBW. We saw Mo Raj dismiss him in that fashion. Second T20I just plants that front leg a little. This innings, he's gone there and he's left that gap, having to play around that front pad. Can't help thinking, for a quality play, just at times finds himself playing around that front pad too often. You would know that Pretorius, particularly him, he's going to bowl wicket to wicket.
Also getting that movement off the seam today certainly complicated things quite dramatically. Worked away, just the single. No, they come back for 2. Always 2 there, I think.
Well, Shamsi has been a top performer. This one, Rizwan, the big wicket of Rizwan, and in that situation, it was not on. Just showing the benefit of getting it up there, getting the ball in the air, and allowing it to spin. And as we know, it gets it to go both ways. Don't think Pakistan did their work there. They would have known surely against left-handers. He has a great record.
Cries of catch it. Could be out. Might be another one. It's Miller. Miller has taken another one. Shamsi is delighted. He is seriously pumped up now. He's picked up his 4th. This is magic stuff from Shamsi.
Well, he doesn't fail to impress us. Brought on, he needed a wicket. South Africa needed a wicket. It's not the left-hander, it's the right-hander taking on the big boundary. Not quite timing it with that extra bit of spin. Doesn't find the middle of the bat, but it does find the good hands of Miller. Asif Ali, 7 off 8. Pakistan 117 for 5.
5 down. Shamsi's got 4 for 24. It's the first time he's picked up 4 for in a T20 international. Nawaz hasn't done too much batting in the 19 games that he's played so far.
And he's a left-hander. Another left-hander. 2 balls remaining in Shamsi's spell. What about a slip? What about a slip? Take it away.
Two balls left in his last over, Shamsi. Which is the wrong and 2. Well watched. That's why they like having him down there. David Miller was never in doubt. He knew it. And so did he. Last ball of his spell. A bit of sharp turn, and that is terrific stuff from Shamsi. Outstanding bowling. 4 overs, 4 for 25. Magnificent. 118 for 5 it is after 15. That's the cup. That's what they're looking for. It is a seriously impressive trophy, that's for sure. It's a important part of this game now, the series. 5 overs left. Who's going to have their hands on that at the end? I reckon this is anybody's game at the moment. Shamsi has been magnificent in all 3 T20 internationals. Petlaqueo is into the attack. 1 over. Just going for the 8 runs at this stage, and he's someone who likes to finish. He won't be able to bowl too many different deliveries because of the ball being wet. We'll have to go back to more of a standard operation. 2 men back at long off and also long on. Dot ball to start.
For Klaasen, yeah, he'll be giving thoughts to who will finish this innings for South Africa. We've seen how the spinners work well, Shamsi in particular. Smuts has 1. Remaining service ties, hit and win contest. We haven't yet seen a player do that, but if he does, he has a chance of winning $500.
Was almost a dot ball, but Klaasen couldn't quite get his mitts on it. Just a quick look at Shamsi's performance in the series. 12 overs, 6 for 61, an economy rate of just a shade over 5, 5.08. That is pretty special stuff.
Done his job. He'll be a contender for man of the series. May very well be if South Africa are to win here this evening. Can't imagine anybody else. I don't think Miller's knock, however brilliant it was, the series was set up by Shamsi. 1 or 2 others, but in particular by him.
Slower ball. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Slower ball goes for 6. You don't need that. It was right in the slot. Had to be hit, and it was hit by Fahim. He can do that.
Slow ones have just come on nicely to the bat. He found a length. It's almost as if, well, I need to do something different now. We know he normally bowls it brilliantly, but under the conditions here, it just comes on nicely to the bat. This is my worry, my concern here, Hayes, the ball that's coming on a bit better. They've got to be so tight, these seamers.
It's not easy to grip at the moment. Wide and full, that's what they like to do. That's the plan they work with at the death. 2 balls left in the over.
Never easy for a bowler. These sort of situations, for batsmen as well, they're anticipating just about everything. At times you're second guessing. Babar Azam, the man that was in Misbah, very pensive looking Misbah. 40 of 26.
Oh, it's gone high. Who wants this one? Oh, it's on the bounce. Oh, it might be out though. I think it is out. The South Africans like that. It has gone upstairs. They've started a little bit of a celebration out there in the middle. They haven't gone over the top, but they certainly liked it.
We have a review for run out. Your best side and angle, please. Keep rolling. Bat is inside the ground. Freeze the frame. Yes, satisfied. My decision is not out. Repeat not out on big screen, please.
Right, this confirmation. Safely home. Skipper thought he had him. Pretorius has got 2 overs to bowl, but he's been going at 10s. So Pumler's got 2 overs to bowl. He's going at 11s at the moment. Smarts has still got 1, but that's a bit of a gamble at this stage to get a spinner involved. Athlaquayo has got a few to go. He can finish. If he bowls this last one well, it'll be a good over. It's a wide.
Athlaquayo, man back at mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Deep mid-off, deep extra cover. Ball can't afford to go square of the wicket. It's got to make him hit down the ground.
Got an edge on it, but no run. In the end, it was 10 off the over. The extra ball didn't cost much. 16 gone, 128 for 5.
Set up perfectly for a good finish here in this series, 1-1. Pakistan getting the spoils in the first game. South Africa bouncing back last night. 37 from 24. You still want to be the batting side in this situation. One more player who can certainly bat to come in Hassan Ali. And Nawaz and Fahim Ashraf at the crease. Buzzard Khan. Is it the way you see it?
Yes, I do, but this is an interesting move here. Spinner brought on. The fast bowlers have been travelling, and you would think that one good over for Pakistan settles it.
Thank you.
A little bit of room outside off from Portain, but just the one. He's going to have to bowl wide of the crease, you'd think, to Fahim, otherwise that's the easier hit for the left-hander.
Yeah, with the angle just going across Fahim Ashraf. He doesn't want to start it too straight because Fahim will be looking at leg side. Just shorten the length and maybe outside off. Fahim having a look around. I think the sweep shot is the target, or maybe if he can go over extra. There's another change of field. So now the field suggests that everything is going to be outside off. There's nobody back on the sweep. The two men back sweeping on the offside, so he cannot stray or cannot bowl straight at all.
Now he's looking to slide it across the left-handers. That's the key. This will be, you'd think, quite full, quite wide of off stump. Yeah, perfectly bowled. Proud record in Asia in T20 bilateral series have South Africa. Any series that's contained 2 or more games, they have not lost. 1-5 drawn 1. It's a very good record for the side in Asia. A little bit straighter to Nawaz, but certainly doesn't want that sort of line to Fahim.
Is the moment now where Nawaz takes a risk. Does he go big?
Yes, he does, Buzz. Yes, he does, and all the way. Watch out. Down there. This looks like the ambulance officers or someone down there that it's come close to, but a good strike.
A powerful hit, just went it too full. And he's going to hit leg side, but hit this pretty straight. It was just that length that was so full that allowed Nawaz to free his arms.
As I say, the equation for the batting side is always pretty comfortable. It's only about wickets. They don't need that many boundaries in those 20 deliveries. If there's another 4 boundaries in those 20 balls, Pakistan should get across the line quite comfortably. Pinch quick ones, run the odd 2.
And somebody has to bowl a really outstanding over to get South Africa in with a chance. 28 now required, and you would think that you'd want your fast bowlers in, but they've gone for runs.
Goes wide, goes straight down the ground. He hasn't timed it at all. Good bowling from Fortain, and Fahim could not get enough on it.
Yeah, just wide enough from Fortain, outside off. The drag towards leg side. I think it was bottom of the bat. Just a slider across him, and it's going away from him as he reaches out. Good catch. Miller's always safe on the fence. Fahim departs. He's gone for 10. It's 137 for 6.
The excitement machine that is Hassan Ali. More often with the ball than with the bat, but he does have a couple of half centuries in one-day international cricket. Has a great strike rate in T20 cricket. Pretorius goes wide of off. Good dot ball.
He did this last night, Des Pretorius, just bowling outside off, but 4-10, well, the ball just angling away from Fahim Ashraf. It was a drag to the leg side, exaggerated by the fact that the ball was always leaving him. Miller, well, very well done. He's unsighted for a bit, but a brilliant catch.
Again, really nicely bowled. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I do not agree. That's inside the blue line.
I'm with you. I'm normally not with the bowlers, but I'm with you this time around. That's got inside, inside of that blue line.
And you add to the fact that Hassan Ali's actually taken a good step outside off as well. His toes are well and truly outside the line of off stump. Hit that one hard, found the gap. As well though, out on the boundary. It's a good piece of fielding.
This is what Pretorius did in the previous game as well. Outside off, kept it wide outside off. And he's trying the same with the field set. Third man and a short point, but 3 men out on the fence. There's a deep extra cover and a deep cover point and a mid-off, so he'll probably continue bowling it or hanging it outside off.
Well, the way to play this for Hassan Ali is to actually try and use only half the bat. Angle your bat at 45 degrees and just swing as hard as you possibly can and have it fly over the 2 men up inside the circle at backward point and at short third man. I think there's going to be a change now. There'll be another one going in there. But that's the way to play the wide full delivery, is just to throw everything at it, but only with half the bat. On that angle, it'll fly away in that backward point region. Slower ball. Just pick up the one.
Yeah, almost the length that Hassan Ali was after, just didn't connect. He does hit a long ball. And Pakistan probably need 1 hit in this over. Now it's a left-hander. I think it'll be the same sort of bowling strategy, be outside off. And the field set again, it's predominantly offside. The protection all on the offside.
Oh, gets it away. That's clever. You might say there's an element of luck there, but I think he's actually opened the blade a little bit anyway.
And that was the only place on the offside that wasn't protected, as in a fielder on the fence. He's gone for the Yorker, and it's marginal, just outside off. Yeah, bottom edge. He's trying to hit thereabouts, but it's gone really fine.
Yeah, the idea is spot on though from Nawaz. That's the plan. Use that half to 3/4 of the bat only, angle the blade and swing as hard as you possibly can. Gets away with that one. I think that was worse than the previous one. Anyway, we'll call it even, Baz.
There's a slow one. Well, just got away with it. That's okay, but this is a big ball now. 20 of 13.
Lovely, really good. Way behind point. Played it, waited for it, opened the blade, picks up a boundary, a vital one. 2 to go, 149 for 6. .16 from 12. Really good game to finish off this 2020 series. Still a possibility to go either way.
Everybody ready, but slightly more relaxed after those couple of boundaries from Nawaz. 18 over required. For South Africa, they have to leave their bowler in the 20th over at least 10, maybe 9. But this over has to be spot on.
Yeah, you think Peklakwea's got to got the 5 or 6 just to give maybe Pretorius some hope, South Africa some hope for the last over. A wicket certainly help. Shaheen, Usman and Zahid to come. Plenty of time being taken here, Baz, to just set this field and get it right. Who do they want? They want their big men, their quick men out on that point boundary. So Pamla is heading out there now to a deep point, and a cover point, or a really, that's a cover point on the boundary as well, and a long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket, full and wide. Oh no, 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 no! That's a no ball that's gone all the way. Goodness me, that's the game for Pakistan, you would think, with that.
Yeah, same game, set and match. Full toss, pumped over, square leg, it's gone all the way, and now a free hit. So he's gone for 6 already of his, well, hasn't bowled a delivery. And that's been pumped away by Hassan Ali, so a chance for South Africa almost gone.
First no ball in the series for South Africa. It's just come at the wrong time. Might have been a slower ball that slipped again, I think. The Yorker right this time, so it doesn't cost too much, but I think the damage is already done.
Yeah, we're talking about Peklakwe'a conceding 6 or 7 off his 6 deliveries. He's gone for 6, very first delivery.
Just wanted to see whether he tried to take pace off it or not. He did. It's an attempted slower ball. He tried to slide his fingers down the side of it. Just went wrong. David Miller did everything he possibly could to get South Africa a total tonight. Oh, goodness me. It's all going wrong for Andile Peklakwe'a tonight.
The change-up went wrong. This, I think he tried the little in-swinger or the ball angling away from Nawaz, and that's gone wrong as well.
Crunched away behind point. There is a man out there though. Pretorius well positioned.
Pakistan now 1 hit away, and Hassan Ali won't shy away from that. He will want to finish this off with 1 hit. Contribution from Nawaz has been brilliant. He's 18 off 11. Hassan Ali probably targeting the leg side. He's probably looking at hitting this out of the ground.
Tries for it, gets it over third man, might spin away to the boundary, and it does. Picks up 4, does Hassan Ali. Brings it down to 2 now for Pakistan.
Always going to be the case. The top edge. And it it skidded away. Bowling under lights, bowling with the dew is an art, and Pakistan have struggled in the second part of this T20, but they made sure that they've done enough, and now within touching distance.
Still some discussions going on out there with 2 runs required. And Rick Clarkson with a little change in the field, bringing a couple of fielders up inside the circle. Gives Hassan Ali more opportunity to try and find the boundary and finish it in style. And that he does! There it is, Hassan Ali wins it for Pakistan. Just their second series win against South Africa in T20 internationals. And a good one it has been, a good chase. And Pakistan victorious 2-1 in this series. Terrific performance from the home side tonight.
All smiles, Babar Azam after the Test series has won the T20 series as well. Pakistan in the end did it comfortably. Hassan Ali in style. Win by 4 wickets. They had a few hiccups along the way. David Miller had other ideas, but his innings, well, it goes in a losing cause. Well, Pakistan, well, they've done enough in this game, done enough in the series, and tonight it was a good chase and set up by some exceptional spin bowling.
Well, the benefit of having some all-rounders, Fahim, Nawaz, Hassan Ali, all very capable with the bat. Late in the order has paid the dividends for Pakistan tonight. They got another good start from Mohammad Rizwan. Babar Azam with his best score of the series, 44 off 30. They lost a couple in the middle, as has been the case through the first 2 games, but finished off nicely. Nawaz 18 from 11, Hassan Ali 20 from 7. South Africa's 4th consecutive series loss in T20s, and Pakistan getting the job done. Smiles all round from Hassan Ali. His first game in the series actually had a good night, didn't he? With the ball, he finished things off nicely with the bat. He'd be pretty happy.
Babar Azam himself got a few runs today. He'll be very happy with his team getting over the line, and smiles all around. Nawaz with a very decent contribution. Hassan Ali just sealed the game. And in the end, you've got to say that Pakistan better side through the series. South Africa fought hard, just not enough in the end. Full toss served up, and Hassan Ali hit their smiles, and celebrations begun straight away.
And that shot there brings about Pakistan's 100th win in T20 internationals. The first side to win 100 T20 internationals, played 163 games now, registered 100 wins. So a little milestone for Pakistan.
का पहला मैच और क्या जबरदस्त मैच हुआ, बैटिंग भी और बॉलिंग भी.
थैंक यू बाजिद भाई, बिल्कुल मेरा कमबैक था और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद माय परफॉर्मेंस। अगर बॉलिंग देखें तो 2 क्रूशियल विकेट्स मैंने ली, फिर उसके बाद जिस तरह प्रेशर टाइम था हमारी जब चेज़ कर रहे थे, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई एम हैप्पी विद माय परफॉर्मेंस।
बैटिंग की फॉर्म की तो बात करेंगे, लेकिन ये बताएं जब डेविड मिलर ने इतने छक्के लगाना शुरू किया तो थोड़ी टेंशन हो गई थी?
ऑब्वियसली देखें, ही इज़ वेरी गुड प्लेयर और पूरे वर्ल्ड में वो क्रिकेट खेलता है, लीग्स खेलता है, एंड ही कैन हर्ट यू एनी टाइम। बिल्कुल टेंशन हुई थी, बट द बेस्ट थिंग इज़ के हमने उनके जो पहले विकेट्स ले लिए थे, इस वजह से जो वो टोटल है वो बड़ा नहीं हो सका, बट आई रियली वांट टू अप्रिशिएट द वे ही प्लेड, एक्सीलेंट।
जब आप बैटिंग करने गए नवाज के साथ तो क्या पहली बात आपने उनसे क्या की थी कि रहने दो मैं खुद ही कर लूँगा?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं था, प्लान बहुत सिंपल था। हमें 2 बाउंड्री चाहिए थी क्योंकि रन्स इतने ज़्यादा नहीं थे, और इन टफ कंडीशन में जहाँ पे ओस पड़ रही हो और फिर बॉलर का बॉल भी ना ग्रिप हो रहा और बल्ले पे आ रहा, तो इतना टफ कंडीशन नहीं थी, और जहाँ पे 2 हमें बाउंड्रीज मिलती हैं हमें मैच जीता, तो यही हुआ कि 2 बाउंड्रीज मिली और मैच जो है वो 1 ओवर पहले ही फिनिश हो गया।
चले, थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड वेल डन टुडे, वेल प्लेड।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Yeah, brilliant from Hassan Ali. $69 for 6. Contributions all the way down from Baba, Rizwan, Hassan and Nawaz. Pakistan winning by 4 wickets. Time to have a chat now to Heinrich Klaassen, South African skipper. Heinrich, Simon Dool upstairs here, mate. A tough one to take, that?
Yeah, a bitter pill to swallow. Started with a little bit of cowboy cricket there with the bat. Started with my dismissal. I take full responsibility for that collapse. Not ideal. At least we fought back nicely with David Miller's innings there. Thought he batted brilliantly, and Sham outstanding once again with 4 wickets. So good fight back there with the bowling as well, but at the end not enough.
The wet ball, obviously a bit of an issue, but I mean it was probably an issue for Pakistan in the first couple as well. So it evens out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not an excuse. We've trained that for a week before, so that's no excuse for a slippery ball. We've got all the equipment to make it dry, and we are allowed to change the ball, so that's unfortunately not an excuse.
Look, it's been a series that South Africa have had a relatively inexperienced side come here for this 2020. What's pleased you about what's gone on in this series?
We're looking for a specific way of playing cricket. We got it right in the second game. Bits and pieces in this game as well, and bits and pieces in the first game as well. So at least we're going in the right direction. We just need to keep fine-tuning the way that we are playing and just keep the right mindset.
And good experience for some of the guys that haven't had a lot of international cricket.
100%, and even in subcontinent conditions. Good learning curve for the boys. They will go back home. We straight back into a tournament back home as well, so which is very similar conditions. So I'll be looking forward to see how these guys step up to the plate in our domestic season.
And for from a long time away, I guess, first time back in Pakistan and first time in Pakistan for a lot of these players. How have you found it? And I'm sure you've been treated as well as we have.
Yeah, look, they've been incredible, friendly people. The security was top notch. We can't complain about how they treated us. It was really pleasant to be around them and pleasant to be in their country.
I've enjoyed watching you, Heinrich, and hard luck tonight, and thanks for your time through the series.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Heinrich Klaassen there. South African skipper, and as these two men walked out to bat chasing 165 to win, Baz, they needed a good start, and once again it was that man Rizwan.
Yeah, he looked again in scintillating form, hitting the big ones as well as getting the ball to the fence. Hit the gap all the time, but it was Shamsi who turned the game around, getting that leg spinner to going. And Babar Azam looked in good form, and that shot for Babar Azam down the ground was a beauty. And then the big wicket, Rizwan dismissed by Shamsi. Shamsi then got a wrong one, and he got South Africa pumping. And at that stage where Babar Azam unleashed a few boundaries which just calmed the nerves slightly. Through the offside was brilliant. The ball that nipped back by Pretorius, and game was buzzing. Asif Ali tried to go downtown. Was caught at the fence. In that moment, game was all in the mix.
Yeah, there was moments for both sides towards the back end. Catch for David Miller. That was Fahim getting out. And then Nawaz and Hassan Ali just managing to put a nice little partnership together at the back end of the innings. These 2 sixes from Hassan Ali finishing things off for Pakistan. Having won the first game, lost last night, and then picking up the third and final T20 international and taking the series. Ms. Raja and the post-match presentation.
well-fought series between Pakistan and South Africa. In the last T20I, Pakistan edging out South Africa to win the series 2-1. So congratulations to Pakistan and commiserations to South Africa. As always, before we introduce our guests, PCB would like to thank the sponsors, local administration, security agencies and all other departments who have extended their massive support for putting on this spectacular cricket match. Now, to the guests, Mr. Zishan Yusuf, CEO ITEL Mobile is here with us, Mr. Zakir Ali, CEO Inverex Solar Energy, and Mr. Tahir Khurshid, Group Head Audit and Inspection, Bank Al Fala. A couple of individual awards to be given away. First to Aleem Dar. May I invite Aleem Dar to please come forward. This was his 50th T20I match. To go with 134 test matches, 211 ODIs and total international matches, 395, highest in the world. Many congratulations. May I invite Babar Azam to please come forward and receive PCB's most valuable cricketer of 2020. Scored 338 runs in 4 tests at 67.6, 221 runs in 3 ODIs at 110 and 276 runs in 8 T20Is at 55.2. May I now invite David Miller to please come and collect the Bank Al Fala outstanding performance of the match. 85 of 45 balls, he was outstanding. Terrific batting. 7 sixes in that knock of 85. May I invite Tabriz Shamsi to please come forward and collect the Inverex Solar Energy Energetic Player of the Match award of PKR 50,000, 4 for 25. A magician. Wonderful performance. Now we come to the Player of the Match award. May I invite Mohammad Nawaz to please come forward and collect the ITEL Mobile Player of the Match Vision 1 Pro Mobile. 2 wickets for 13 runs. Crucial 18 not out of 11 balls. He'll also sign a ball for Brighter Fan of the Match. And he'll collect the Sky 247.net Player of the Match trophy and award of PKR 100,000 rupees. I think you need to get the check straight. Yeah, that's much better. Player of the match, fabulous stuff. नवाज साहब कुछ बात करेंगे? बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. आसान नहीं होता है टीम से बाहर रहना, फिर आना और ऐसे क्रूशल वक्त के ऊपर इतनी बड़ी परफॉर्मेंस कर देना. कैसा फील कर रहे हैं?
थैंक यू वेरी मच रमीश भाई. जी बिल्कुल टफ़ था, लेकिन ऑफ सीज़न मैंने तैयारी की हुई थी इसके लिए, जिसकी वजह से मेरा डोमेस्टिक सीज़न भी अच्छा रहा और वही चीज़ मैं इधर लेके आया और कोशिश यही थी कि मैं अच्छा परफॉर्म करूं. प्रेशर आपको दोनों वक्त था, इसलिए कि नए बॉल आपने किया, स्पिन किया बॉल को, 2 विकेट्स भी ली और फिर बैटिंग जब करने गए तो फिर रन चेस का प्रेशर. जी बिल्कुल प्रेशर था, लेकिन आज की इनिंग में बॉलिंग में इतना प्रेशर नहीं था, बिकॉज लास्ट 2 इनिंग्स में हमने जिस कंडीशन में बॉलिंग की थी वो ज़्यादा टफ थी एज़ कम्पेयर टुडे, और इसीलिए मैं थोड़ा सा आज बॉल भी आगे पिच कर रहा था और ट्राई कर रहा था बॉल को स्पिन करने की. और बैटिंग में भी ऑफ कोर्स इस टाइम पे काफ़ी टफ होता है और कोशिश यही थी कि मैं एंड तक पूरे ओवर खेलूं और इस मैच को जितवाऊं टीम. बहुत बहुत मुबारक आपको. थैंक यू वेरी मच. Man of the Match award winner Mohammad Nawaz. May I now invite Mohammad Rizwan to please come forward and collect the Sky 247.net Player of the Series trophy and cash award of PKR 3 lakhs. 197 runs in the series at an average of almost 100, 98.50 to be precise. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. फॉर्म का ज़बरदस्त इस्तेमाल और T20I में तो छक्के लगाने के आप माहिर हो गए.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. रमीज़ भाई, जैसे आपने फॉर्म की बात की है, हर एक प्लेयर की अपनी माइंड सेट होता है. मैंने कभी आज तक फॉर्म पे बिलीव नहीं किया, क्योंकि मैं हमेशा चाहता हूँ कि जितना हार्डवर्क आप करते हैं, जितना हिम्मत और मेहनत आप करते हैं, अल्लाह पाक ज़रूर आपको उसका सिला देता है. तो इसलिए मैं कभी फॉर्म स्पिन चीज़ों पे बिलीव नहीं करता. और मेरे ख्याल से मेरे लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि जिस जगह को सारे मेरे सीनियर्स प्लेयर और सारे पाकिस्तान के जो एक्स प्लेयर जो वो कहते थे कि इसके लिए जगह सूट करती है, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैनेजमेंट ने मुझे वो जगह दी, कप्तान ने मुझे वो जगह दी, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पाक ने वहाँ पे मुझे परफॉर्म कराया। तो ये मेरे लिए एक एजाज़ की बात है कि जो मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली अल्लाह पाक ने मुझे उस पर परफॉर्म करवा दिया।
T20I का अगर आप प्रेशर कंपेयर करें टेस्ट मैच के प्रेशर से, कौन सा आसानी से हैंडल करते हैं या कौन सा मुश्किल होता है
T20s में
या टेस्ट क्रिकेट का?
रमीज़ भाई बेसिकली अगर आप इससे पहले आप देख लें तो T20s में लो ऑर्डर में आता था, थोड़ा सा डिफ़िकल्ट होता था मेरे लिए। अब ये है कि जिस तरह मैं टेस्ट क्रिकेट में भी खेलता हूँ और T20 में नए बॉल पे खेलता हूँ तो हम एक सेम रह रहा है, क्योंकि अगर टेस्ट मैच आप देख ले तो सम टाइम मैं रिवर्स के लिए चले जाता हूँ एंड T20 में नए बॉल पे चले जाता हूँ, तो वो एक ही स्विंग का जो मामला है वो चल रहा है मेरे साथ और हमने इसके साथ थोड़ा सा यूज़ टू हो गए हूँ अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, और इसलिए माइंड में कोई प्रेशर नहीं आ रहा।
नहीं, प्रेशर तो आप दूसरों को दे रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको, लाजवाब खेले आप।
थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू।
Player of the series winner, Mohammad Rizwan. May I invite Pakistani captain to please come forward, Babar Azam to please come forward. आइए बाबर। बहुत बड़ी परफॉर्मेंस इसलिए कि प्रेशर पड़ गया, मैच सीधा साधा चल रहा था, फिर मिलर का मूड चेंज हुआ और उसने प्रेशर डाला और फिर रन चेज मुश्किल हो गया था, मगर कितने सेटिस्फाइंग है ये परफॉर्मेंस आपके हिसाब से?
बिल्कुल रमीज़ भाई, अगर बात करें स्टार्ट की तो बॉलर से काफ़ी अच्छी बॉलिंग की, अर्ली ऑन हमने विकटें ली, लेकिन यहाँ पे मैं क्रेडिट दूंगा डेविड मिलर को जिसने आउटस्टैंडिंग इनिंग्स के लिए जो मैच को एक आउटस्टैंडिंग कर दिया। और उसके बाद देखें अब बैट्समैन जब हमारी बैटिंग आई थी कोशिश यही था कि जितनी हम पार्टनरशिप करेंगे, जितना हम डीप मैच को लेके जाएंगे उतना हमारे लिए अच्छा, और जिस तरह आपने देखा फिनिश नवाज़ ने और हसन अली ने आउटस्टैंडिंग की है।
प्रेशर में जब नए प्लेयर्स इस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस देते हैं बाबर, एज अ कैप्टन आपको सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलता होगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे इनकी परफॉर्मेंसेस हैं डोमेस्टिक लेवल पे, मगर यहाँ पे आके इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे प्रेशर मैच में सिचुएशन को संभालना और मैच जिताना कितना सेटिस्फाइंग है?
बिल्कुल काफ़ी सेटिस्फाई है। देखें डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में जो परफॉर्म कर रहा आ रहा है वो टीम में, और आज हमने डिफरेंट कम्बिनेशन से टीम खिलाई थी और बिल्कुल लड़कों ने रिस्पांस दिया। हसन अली का कमबैक हुआ और देखें आउटस्टैंडिंग उसने बॉलिंग और बैटिंग की है। नवाज़ भी देखें कमबैक पे आया। देखें जितने भी हमारे यंगस्टर और जो कमबैक कर रहे हैं वो पूरा अपना 100% दे रहे हैं और डोमेस्टिक से परफॉर्मेंस करते आ रहे हैं, और यही बोला जा रहा है कि आप जितना अपने आप पे बिलीव रखोगे और जितना अपने कॉन्फिडेंस शो करोगे यहाँ पे फेयरलेस क्रिकेट खेलेंगे तो आप परफॉर्म करेंगे।
आपने नंबर 3 पे आज बैटिंग की और बहुत अच्छी फॉर्म दिखी आपकी, तो इसके पीछे क्या सोच थी?
ऐसा कोई सोच नहीं था, बस एक प्लान था कि हम थोड़ा सा पावर प्ले यूटिलाइज़ करें ऊपर से हैदर अली को ऊपर भेज के, और जिसे हमने यूटिलाइज़ किया। और उसके बाद यही था कि हम थोड़ा ये था कि थोड़ा लैग कर रहे थे थोड़ा स्पिनर पे शमसी पे, तो इस वजह से थोड़ा मैंने एक नंबर नीचे आया और जो सक्सेसफुल हुआ हमारे लिए।
बहुत आला परफॉर्मेंस, बहुत आला विक्ट्री आपकी। टेस्ट मैच के बाद T20 सीरीज़ जीतना बहुत बड़ा एजाज़ है, आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक।
और थैंक यू कहूँगा क्राउड का कि जो सोशल मीडिया पे हमें सपोर्ट करते रहे और बैक करते रहे, और आगे भी आपकी सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है। एंड थैंक यू साउथ अफ्रीका जो आई है पाकिस्तान और मैचेस के लिए आई है, और थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको। आप ट्रॉफ़ी लेके जाइए और अपने साथियों के साथ एंजॉय कीजिए। सो दैट ऑल्सो कंक्लूड्स द पोस्ट मैच प्रेजेंटेशन सेरेमनी।
Yeah, thanks very much, Ramiz. We head from there, champ. He did the job at the back end, bowled beautifully with the ball. 2 for 27 and 20 off 7 deliveries. From Pakistan's point of view, a really good series win in the Test matches and in the T20s. It concludes the series against South Africa. First time South Africa have been on Pakistan's shores since 2007. It's been 14 years and everyone has thoroughly enjoyed it. We thank you for your company. We congratulate Pakistan as we leave you from Lahore and look forward to HBL PSL 6 in 5 days' time.
We've had a terrific T20 series and all to play for. Last T20 live from Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. Oh, bowled in, beautifully done. And a slow one, Hassan Ali does the job. And Saeed Mahmood has his first wicket.
He's hit that a long way, that's gone for 6. Smash that one, that is very well hit. 50 runs now for David Miller. That's gone for 6.
That really is a classy shot.
He's gone here.
That might race away.
There it is, Hassan Ali wins it for Pakistan.
Who won the T20 series. They followed it after that Test series win, so massive congratulations to them. And it also happens to be their 100th T20 international win. So once again, massive congratulations to the entire side. Alongside me, I've got Bazid Khan and Daryl Cullinan. Baz, 100th T20 win. I mean, we've spoken about how Pakistan loves performing in this particular format. There have been a few ups and downs in the recent past, but generally, they've taken to it.
Yeah, it's the format where the bowlers again lead the charge. Very seldom, I think we read a stat somewhere that Pakistan never ever sort of concede 200. Anyway, yes, it's more towards their game. They're flamboyant. They like sort of things to happen quickly, and it does. And Pakistan, well, they've been one of the most consistent sides in T20 cricket since its birth.
South Africa, I mean, of course, David Miller was the saving grace for them in terms of their batting, but otherwise, it was a rather poor start from them.
No, it was. Look, he gave them the opportunity to try and win the game. Trabaz Shamsi brought them into the game with the ball, but at 48 for 6, you've got to be thinking then, which we all were, besides this virtuoso performance from Miller, it was probably game over then for South Africa. They had moments, but I can't help thinking that the state of the ball, the dew, played a role. But you're expecting that. It's the first time they'd bowled second, so they would have known that the chances are that it will happen. So did the toss really play a role? It was an important toss to win, we know, but you've got to hand it to Pakistan. I think over 3 matches, they were the better side and deserved to win the series.
They were certainly helped by a debutant performing today, Zahid Mahmood. Baz, we spoke about him yesterday in the post-match studio as well, that maybe he needs to be tried. And how fabulous was he? Yeah,
you come to your first over, his first ball actually went for 4, and then he ends up with a couple of wickets. It's a dream start, really.
Catch it!
The googly with top edge, and his fellow leg spinner gets the catch, and then the other one sort of skidding on straight through. It doesn't get better than that in terms of his start, and then he ended up with 3 wickets. Justified his selection, and obviously those 10-12 years of hard work comes down to this, and I'm so happy that he did perform and it didn't go all over the park without wickets. I think it'll do him a lot of confidence, a lot of good because of those 3 wickets. I think it's fantastic, and as a leg spinner, you want them to perform in T20s.
What about that shot selection from South Africa, Daryl? I mean, I think your smile says it all.
I've always thought for some time that South Africa seem on occasions they've got a score in their mind, and whatever happens, come hell or high water, that's what they're going for. So the awareness in reading the situation, that shot from an experienced player, first ball, Klaasen, and then Hendricks, who played well last night, and then Petrikwayo, first ball, going on the big slot, and they're Pretorius, who we thought is a composed sort of player, going across the line in a situation where you had David Miller in. So it was really Fortuin and Sipamla who kept in company and allowed Miller to bat to the close of the innings. But under pressure, big match situation, it asked the questions again, how good was South Africa, how good was their game awareness, and that ability to read the situation and play accordingly.
Yeah, Klaasen, I mean, he took full responsibility of it in his post-match interview as well, that they could have shown some more restraint or caution when it comes to, deciding what to play.
Well, I just felt, we saw the signs in the first 2 games, the ability against spin. It was always going to be the big challenge. But when you see guys swinging across the line, when you see guys playing into the spin, now that's good cricket, call it coaching, call it awareness. I don't think it's an experience thing, but that ability, we only saw it from Jan Manelan, where he took the guy over and hit him over extra cover. So that ability to play through the offside with the spin, when it's short or right under the eyes, playing to the leg sides. I think respecting general basics, that's what really disappointed me in the series. I never got the idea that South Africa were in tune with how to do it. If you get out, that's one thing. If you get out trying to do the right thing, that's one. But when you get out doing things which you don't understand, if I'm sitting there as the coach, that troubles me.
Well, there's one guy who kept them in the game, David Miller. I mean, such a clean striker of the ball, Baz.
You look at these sixes, and I fail to remember 1 6 that David Miller's hit that has not sort of sailed away. Not a massive hit. It's always hitting sixes which are going the distance and more. He's got such power, such fast hands, such ability. That's why he's so dangerous. Yes, he's been out of form, But the guy, when he bats like this, it's unfortunate that he was on the losing side. It was such a brilliant innings. But if a guy like him gets 85 or 45, more often than not, they're on the winning side. But today they dug themselves such a big hole that even David Miller's class couldn't.
Yeah, I mean,
get
we
them
could
out.
almost hear the echo of the middle of his bat when he was striking, when we were sitting in the commentary box. But we'll take a breather now and we'll be back just in a bit, so don't go anywhere. Well, it's celebration time for the Pakistan cricket team, and it's celebration time certainly for Mohammad Rizwan, who's man of the series. Nothing can keep him down, Baz.
Yeah, he's been brilliant throughout. Well, throughout, we've talked about this at length. Throughout these 2 years, he's been magnificent keeping-wise, but his batting has come on leaps and bounds. His power hitting, his ability to get the ball to the fence, be it in the power play or be it at the back of the innings, he's proved himself as the T20 opener, that's for sure. And he's been the thorn in South Africa's back throughout this series. He's been so consistent, and the great aspect of all this is that he's progressed into becoming one player who can clear the fence and give you those boundary options a lot more.
Well, one guy who didn't give Pakistan a lot of boundary options was Shamsi. I mean, we've spoken about how you had Imran Tahir previously, and now you see somebody like Shamsi there who was really making things happen, Darren.
Well, I think had South Africa won tonight, he'd have been the man of the series, because he's got a brilliant record against left-handers. We've seen him against right-handers. He's bowled under pressure. He has the ability to take the ball away from the right-hander into the right-hander. And for any spinner, what's key is to hit the right lengths. I think that's where he has been very good, and he's pretty accurate too. And he offers that variation. We know in this format, anyone who's a wrist spinner has got the best chance, and that's why they are in such demand around the world in terms of T20 cricket. So with the World Cup in mind, he's a critical player for South Africa, because if you look at our spinning depth, without him, then it looks pretty ordinary.
I mean, why do you think, Baz, it was so difficult for the Pakistani batsmen to sort of pick him up?
A, he's a leg spinner, and B, he's a left armer. You don't get these bowlers so often. And he's got subtle variations. He's got the ball to really spin a lot. In all the games, he's the one spinner who's got the most degree of spin throughout the series. And then he's got that one that sort of spins back in, the wrist spinner. He's got a great control, and it's been difficult picking all the leg spinners there. But add to that being a left arm or who's bowling leg spin, that doesn't come up very often. Whenever you play cricket throughout your career, you don't often face these type of bowlers.
I mean, he's got a bit of a celebration going on as well. You know, you saw that one by Imran Tahir where he was kind of running off the field, and then you see that. But it's great to see, because it shows the kind of passion that he has for the game.
I think he goes over the top a few times with his celebrations. He's got this thing in first-class cricket where he's taken a wicket and he runs, he takes his boot off, and he stands in the middle of the pitch pretending to make a phone call to somebody. He's even dialing.
Who does he call though?
We don't know. So look, he's colourful, he's a character, and you need those guys. You know, I've played with one or two, they lift the spirits of the team, they're good to watch, but while you're taking wickets, it's fine. It's fine while you're taking wickets, but you do open yourself to being a bit of a target for criticism when it's not working. But he brings a lot to the side, and well done to him, you know. He had Imran, he talks of Imran was his mentor, and we've needed someone to pick up where he left off. So I'm very pleased for Shamsi.
Well, it's a spinner's world these days in this T20 format, in particular leg spinners. That's what we've seen in this series so far. Time for another break, and we'll be back just in a bit. Well, Pakistan winning the series 2-1. Of course, they've got the HBL PSL to look at looking ahead. But I've been joined by Mike Hazeman now, who's probably looking ahead to Los Angeles because he's leaving us. Hazy, it's been an amazing 3 weeks over here. Of course, we've had a great time having you. But what's it been like for you? You know, you've come back after a long time. Just sum it up for us, please.
I've loved it, you know. I mean, the hospitality here has always been exceptional, and that's been a huge attraction for me. I've always said the mystique of Pakistan is also something I've thoroughly enjoyed. So the people, the mystique, the food, of course. I mean, the cricket I think has been wonderful. The Test series was brilliant. The tracks, I thought, the pitches were outstanding. So I think overall it's just been a really nice trip, and it's great to come to a place like Pakistan again after 18 years. And the memories you had previously, and you come back and you're still enjoying it just as much as you did that time. So it's just a nice feeling, you know. It's just good, and thanks to the PCB for that, because they put on a show. And I just had an interview with Mark Boucher actually, and he said that the players have just had the way they've been treated and looked after has just been unbelievable. So they're very happy with the way it's gone. And yes, the cricket could have been better, but from the PCB point of view, they've been delighted. But I'm so happy that I came back and had some fun. That's what it's all about: good cricket and fun.
Yeah, it has been a lot of fun. But it's amazing to know that we've had great feedback from Mark Boucher as well. What about you, Daryl? I mean, you've been here for a while. We've been going up to the mountains, Monal and whatnot. It's been brilliant.
It has. I mean, I fell in love with Pakistan in the 90s. I was here on 3 occasions. I had one of the best touring days of traveling around the world. We went from the heat of Karachi up to Islamabad, and then we took a day trip up to Murray. So from that heat, we were sitting having lunch, and you had 180-degree view of snow-capped peaks. And it's been on my bucket list is to come back and do the Karakoram Highway, the old Silk Route. And chatting to Amir Sahal over the weekend, he was telling me about the beautiful northwestern side, the coastline. You could be in the Mediterranean. So I hope to be back, not in this capacity, but certainly as a tourist.
One-way ticket. We're going to buy him a one-way ticket. The crew's going to chip in one way. Daryl's back.
Well, I'll be happily go and settle up there and enjoy my last days and occasionally listen to him.
I hope you guys have picked up some Urdu as well. I mean, I was rather helpful in picking up.
You were extremely helpful.
All the good ones.
I can't say any of them actually.
But you know, I must say, Z, that what's been incredibly humbling is the security aspect. We talk about it, but I don't think people, they would not have realized the lengths that were gone to keep us safe. And I believe almost 5,000 personnel were part of that. So thank you to everybody. They would have times perhaps, I don't think so, you know, put their lives on the line for ours, for us, players. So a huge thank you to all of them.
Absolutely. Massive credit goes to the security out there. But from a cricketing perspective, I mean, what's been your favourite memory on this tour, Daryl?
We've had good cricket. I didn't quite know what to expect. I didn't want to come and see test matches where 500 plays 400. And in good series, you need the pitch to play a part. And I think in the 2 test matches, both pitches gave everyone an opportunity. Yep. The depth of Pakistan. What impressed me the most about them, you could see the opportunity to play at home, the enjoyment, because, you know, spending 10 years working abroad, essentially, that doesn't feel the same. I thought South Africa were competitive. In this T20 series, again, we saw competitive cricket. So I'm looking forward to Pakistan coming to South Africa. Now they'll be in our conditions. But they got some really quality players, some emerging talent, 1 or 2 experienced players. It was played in an excellent spirit as well. So I must say it's one of the best trips I've been involved in, some of the best cricket I've seen.
What about you? I mean, what's been your favourite moment, Hazy?
For me, there's no doubt. I'm someone who loves people who do things differently and unorthodox styles, whether it's bowling or batting. And Fawad Alam, to me, was just unique. The way that he went about it and the way that he played in the Test match, I thought it was just sensational. And you know, that style that he's got, I mean, I've seen him do this before, of course. I saw him get the 100 in New Zealand. But when I arrived and saw him play so well in his first Test match in Karachi, I just wanted to know why. Why did he have that technique? Why did he have that side-on, the front-on stance and all that sort of stuff? I found out about that celebration, which was quite a fun, and spoke to him. And that's my highlight, to go and actually get into his mind. And he was so willing to chat and and explained why that he did that. And in essence, it was basically a situation where he knew he was front on as a batsman, and he knew he had those movements. He wanted to get his feet moving, so he wasn't sort of static when he was playing. But because he was playing so much cricket that wasn't televised, he didn't know that he was that square on, that front on. So, and he was scoring runs, so he wasn't going to change too much.